How y'all doing today? How y'all doing today? Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, I went and had my MRI today, so that's out of the way. Get the results in about a week, and I find out what I'm looking at for surgery. Things are moving along. I'll be able to get back to fucking work, man. In the meantime, hope y'all are doing great. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. So there's something I want to look into. All I know is it's a rumor at this point. I haven't actually looked into anything. I've been at the hospital for most of the day so far. So bear with me here, okay? But what I've heard, and I'm going to be looking into this live, is that Trump has ordered Pam Bondi to release the files. He has ordered her to do it. Apparently, he thought this wasn't that big of a deal. This is the rumor mill now. He thought that wasn't this big of a this wasn't that big of a deal. So now he's realizing, oh fuck, like I'm underwater and my approval lost 10 points overnight. I think we might actually see a release. That's what it's looking like. So I'm going to look into this. We're going to look into this together. See, I'm not seeing anything. What's up, Bubba? Hope everyone's doing all right today. Just getting things done, man. What's up, buddy? All right, hang tight. Like I said, this is rumors. This could be entirely bullshit. Okay. All right. Okay. What's up? What's up? All right. So I am going to YOLO this. I haven't necessarily gotten permission from this creator to air this, and if that being the case, if I have to cut this part out, I'm okay with it. It's not a big deal. But all right. What's up, Mr. Fista? Good. It's actually my knee, bro. It's actually my knee. I know this. It's like it's a hat, but it's just not. Whatever. Anyway, you doing all right today, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm not a fashion guy. Okay, I don't do fashion. All right. Hey, Big Soda Corey Barton, how you doing today, brother?
What's up, buddy?
Not much, man. Hey, so I don't know if you've ever watched this guy. Oh yeah, Mr. Fist. That was fucking trash, dude. Yeah, I drank last night, unfortunately. But
I love you.
Yeah, and so does God, and I love you.
My bad. That was to my wife.
Oh.
She said I'm gonna get fat off steroids, and I told her it's okay. I'll still love you.
There you go. Yeah, Mr. Fista, we have these. This is a local brewery called Straight to Ale, Hazy Knot. They're like 10.1ers, dude. So I drank a few too many of them last night. What's up, Calvin? How you doing, buddy? What's going on? Yeah. I drank one too many of those last night. But all right, so this is Matt Morse. Yeah, dude, 10.1% actually. Here, hold on. Where's the down here in the bottom? You should be able to see it. I don't know if it's too. $10.1. Yeah, there it is. All right. Yeah, dude. So local hazy. What's up, Beth? Good to see you. How you doing? Great to see you. Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. All right, so this is rumor mill, guys. It's rumor mill. Okay, I want to be very clear about that. But there's people on X right now. Now, this could be absolute bullshit, okay? But there's people on X right now that are claiming that Trump has ordered Pam Bondi to release the files. This is rumor mill, okay? Just a very interesting development. If that's the case and this happens, this is going to change my opinion on this matter. But here we go.
Jeffrey Epstein situation. Now, like I said earlier today, we have really some breaking news bombshell information regarding the Jeffrey Epstein situation. In fact, it's almost unbelievable. And this is actually developing. I'm sure we have updates over the last hour or so, but let's get caught up here. First thing that must be said. You guys know, if you've been reading my Twitter or watching my live broadcasts over the last couple days, I have been very critical of the way that this Epstein situation has been handled. To say the least, I am not happy. Go ahead and give me a 1 in the live chat as well if you are also not happy about the way that this Epstein situation, I'll call it a cover, it's a cover-up. Okay, not happy about it. In fact, I'm a little bit pissed off, to be honest with you guys. Let's break down the story, though. It would seem as if President Trump is also not happy for a multitude of reasons. Take a look at this. One of our, on the right side of the aisle, most trusted pollsters, it's called Rasmussen Reports. This is Mark Mitchell. We like Mark Mitchell, and Rasmussen Reports is, as far as polling Trump voters, there's not a better, more accurate, more precise pollster in the game than Rasmussen. We like Rasmussen. Donald Trump also likes Rasmussen. Donald Trump is always citing and referencing Rasmussen. Okay, we respect Rasmussen. We hold it in high regard. Take a look at this. What did Mark Mitchell, the operator of Rasmussen Reports, he posted earlier today? He said here that Donald Trump has cratered out. The Donald Trump approval rating here has cratered out. He's underwater. If you rewind back to early June, Donald Trump was up big time, and just over the last couple days, he's down big time, cratered out. Now, Mark Mitchell says, is it because of the big, beautiful bill? Is it because of the Elon Musk drama? Is it because of Epstein? Why? He doesn't say. I think it's kind of fair to say that it's probably the Epstein thing. A lot of people, I don't know if you guys have been looking around on YouTube, looking around on Twitter.
Just going over the timeline of when all this stuff. What's up, Hornet? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. There's Calvin. There's a reason that they're not talking about it. But yeah, what's up, babe? Good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping in, bro. Thanks for stopping in. What's going on, Robert Whaley? Welcome, man. Hornet, good to see you. Good to see you always. All right, so check it out. When he said that well, I guess he didn't say it himself, but when he completely downplayed this situation. What's up, Darth Matt? Welcome in, bro. Thank you guys for stopping by. We are going to be back into the deep dive in just a moment. I'm just covering rumor mill. The rumor mill I'm covering is, well, just watch.
We're looking around on X, as it's called. This Epstein stuff, guys, people are pissed. People are pissed off, and I think it's right. I think that's fair. I think people should be pissed off. However, right now we're starting to see reports come out all over the place. I'm seeing different accounts talking about this. It's sort of in the realm of whispers and murmurs right now. We are hearing, and it's going to make more sense here in just a moment. Hear me out. We are hearing that Donald Trump is pissed off at the way that this Epstein situation was handled, the way it was carried out, the way this information was released, and that the information that was released, the dismissal of the case, that wasn't even the plan, and that Trump was blindsided by this. This was not President Trump's plan. Word on the block right now is that President Trump is pissed and that he has actually directly ordered Pam Bondi to start releasing these files. Okay, well, what happened earlier today? If we're saying that's kind of in the realm of hearsay, let's talk about reality. This is news from earlier this morning. The DOJ has reported to Tom Fitton, who is the president of Judicial Watch, okay, trustworthy source. The DOJ has reported that it is still reviewing the Epstein records for possible release, per Judicial Watch. So, as a consequence of all of this terrible, bad press, everybody's pissed off at the Trump administration right now. Everybody's pissed off at Pam Bondi. A lot of people are pissed off at Trump himself. Allegedly, according to Judicial Watch, as of a couple hours ago, the DOJ is now actually open again to reviewing the Epstein records and releasing them at some point in the future. Maybe this is back on the table. Maybe they are going back 180-degree reversal. Maybe. Let's see what other people are talking about this year. Maybe things are coming around again. We're going to hear from Alan Dershowitz, who is Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer. What does he say about this entire situation? Take a look.
This is not an opinion. This is a fact. I have seen, remember, I was accused falsely, and they have seen, and ultimately I was completely cleared. The woman admitted that she may have mistook me for somebody else and withdrew all of her lawsuits. And so from day one, from the day I was accused, I said I want every document out because I knew every document would prove I was innocent. So let me tell you, I know for a fact documents are being suppressed, and they're being suppressed to protect individuals.
Alan Dershowitz, Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer, is saying right here, as this is earlier today, he knows documents are being suppressed. He has seen them. Take a listen.
I know the names of the individuals. I know why they're being suppressed. I know who's suppressing them, but I'm bound by confidentiality from a judge and cases, and I can't disclose what I know. But I hand to God, I know the names of people whose files are being suppressed in order to protect them, and that's wrong.
He knows the names. He knows the places. He knows the when. He knows the why.
I don't know, Corey. What do you think, man? That seemed pretty genuine. His reaction and the way that he said that.
Now, I'm not too familiar with Alan Dershowitz and how he relates back to Epstein, but like I kind of believe him, and the reason I guess I would say I kind of believe him is because it almost seems like since his name was dragged through the mud, he knows the more files that come out could clear his name.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of
he's saying, "Fuck it, dump him."
Yeah. And he's making even more claims to say he's seen the names and that they've been suppressed. And it's if he's trying to clear his name, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, Calvin, I get that, right? And you know what? I'm really not that hard up to argue with the first 2 points. But my question would be, I know like you really hate Trump, and I know your panties get in a bunch whenever you think about him, and it might make your loins sweat a little bit. But what I'm telling you is there's a reason why it hasn't been released since.
Well, I would actually kind of disagree with him. I think the two biggest known reasons would be, one, it has to deal with foreign entanglement, aka, Britain involved, Israel involved, Saudi Arabia involved. Or I would say that Trump is being lied to with people that are close to him. And he thinks he's better off not releasing it. And he's been convinced by people who are around him that it's probably better not to release it.
What's up, Savage? How you doing today, man? Sorry, Creedog, what's up?
Yeah.
Welcome in. Sorry, go ahead, Corey. My bad.
But that kind of finishes up my point. It's just kind of like either there's foreign entanglement or there are people that are very close to Trump convincing him it's a non-issue.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, now don't get me wrong. I think Trump could be tied into it, but it's kind of like I don't know if Trump was as tied as he could be to it. I don't know why he would push for the release. Because once you start pushing for the release, that just means more people are going to know about the information that's in it. And the more people start, getting this information, it could potentially expose Trump. But if Trump don't even trust the people that, he has under him, then why would you have people reviewing this information?
Yeah. I mean, this whole thing has been swept, they've tried to sweep it under the rug for 4 years. No one even talked about this shit during the last administration. And there's a reason for that, right? Like the way things get buried is through the news cycle. You know what I mean? They get buried because new stories come out, they blast that all over the news. Another story comes out, they blast that all over the news. Another story comes out, they blast that all over the news. And the next thing you know, most people forget what happened. But this is something that goes so far beyond everything. People are ready to have them released. They don't care. See, here's my thing, Calvin. If this is so damning to Trump, why aren't the Democrats en masse demanding they get released?
And why would Trump advocate both toward the end of his last term and the beginning of this term, advocate for the release?
And literally appoint people whose biggest thing they said, because he needs other politicians to hack his moves for us. Yeah. Democrats who were in them when Biden was in office, if Trump was, it would have been at very least leap. Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm almost for sure. I mean, that's That's, to me, that's why they're not even talking about this. They're sweeping it under the rug, right? So if he's on it for sure, this would not have been something he would have put people up to the forefront on. John Barrett, thank you very much for stopping in. I appreciate you, bro. Welcome.
Can I add another element?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
guess, or the third reason. The third reason is kind of the reason that you have stated 2 days ago about it being tied to very famous financial people and mass companies. And if you're trying to build up the economy, if you realize, oh wow, all these big companies and all these big, CEOs and stuff are connected to it, why would I purposely sabotage the economy just for a couple of names on a list?
I don't care. Fuck them.
No, I agree. I absolutely agree. But I think Trump's been convinced, either by himself or by others, hey, if I focus on the economy, that may be worth more than focusing on the list. I can win more support with people through the economy than I can with the list. But what we found out is, I think right after they had the little, cabinet meeting, Trump approved that, raid on Los Angeles where they were walking through the park and stuff like that. And it kind of seemed like that was an optic play. Like he almost wants to move on from it.
Yeah.
And so he's ready to go to the next headline. And so he thought by, stirring some stuff up with immigration, that people would move on from it. And if people are able to convince him, hey, you can't take this hit on this issue, because I don't think a lot of people care about, the list being released, except, a couple of people. But I think the problem is Trump brought it up, and so now something has to be done about it.
100%.
A lot of people know.
Calvin, why is it not one of their concerns? It's already proven that that's what he was doing, was trafficking children. Why do they not care about that?
Plus, it's Orange Man bad. It's a good way to be like, this is
exactly.
If Democrats really wanted to improve their popularity, they would stick to this issue. If this was, it's just not. It doesn't seem to be pushed through, the leadership of the Democratic Party, and there's probably a reason why. It's probably because they got donors and all types of other stuff. Same with Republicans that just want it to be pushed away because they're probably getting outside, advice saying, "Hey, let's just move on from this issue. Let's just drop it."
Yeah. See, I would go on a limb and say it's worse that it's not one of their concerns. That's the whole reason that people are mad at Trump right now, is because he's acting like it's not that big of a deal. This is a big fucking deal. I don't understand. Like, that's a crazy take, Calvin. Oh, it's just Republicans and QAnon that are obsessed about child trafficking. It's proven. It fucking happened.
There
needs to be accountability. What you're saying right now is it's not that big of a deal that this guy was trafficking children for 20 fucking years. That's crazy. Like, are you pro child trafficking? Is that your game? You literally just said that. You can come on, yeah. Link's pinned up in the top. But you literally said it's not one of their concerns. So now it's not that they don't care, but it's not one of their concerns. I'm going to pin you to the wall with this one, buddy. I'm saying, come on up, please. Absolutely, Beth. 100%. Yeah. I don't care if it's more Republicans than Democrats. Anybody who is involved in this shit needs to go to fucking prison.
Oh, and let's frame it like this. If Trump's on it and we find out information about Trump, he does too.
Yeah. What's up, Calvin? Welcome in, bro.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah.
So, I wouldn't say it's not a concern in the Dems. I think what I'm saying is, like, you have political parties. Sometimes they have their own agendas. Like, for example, the Democrats is associated with, focus on racism and, identity politics. That's their niche or whatever. It's not that you per se, the Republicans don't care about that, but is it's not like a focus. So the same way that this little area is not, I'm not saying that the Dems are concerned about it or whatever. It's just not like something that they like kind of obsess over.
Yeah. But y'all hate Trump, right? You obsess over Trump.
But see, okay. So it's not just you. It's not because you said the way you make it seem is like we're picking on Trump, but it's justifiable.
No. I don't care about that. Y'all are obsessed, bro.
Well, I would
for sure. No, like you can't deny that.
But you know what? I'm glad you said the way you said that, because a second ago you were asking like, why aren't you obsessed over this? Is like child trafficking. The same thing applies to us and Trump. Like, why aren't you mad at Trump? He's like an evil dude. Like you don't get it or whatever. So
I'm mad at Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, we've been shitting on Trump for days.
Yeah, dude, I've been criticizing Trump for over a week now.
Okay, but the obsession is in that instance valid or whatever. If you have someone that's evil or whatever that you consider very evil, then it's rightly so that you'd have animus towards them or great disdain.
Yes, but see, here's the difference. I have an anger and I'm upset. I'm not necessarily obsessed, but I'm definitely upset with people who will be proven to have trafficked children. And I don't sit back and wring my hands over conspiracy theories on what Trump might or might not have done, or what he might or might not actually do, right? Like there's a big difference here. Okay. There is proof that will put people in prison in these files.
Okay, so the people on the list, you got guys want to come out and for them to be prosecuted.
Yes, and I don't care if it's all fucking Republicans. I doubt that highly. But even if it was all Republicans, I don't give a shit. Throw them in fucking prison.
So if they committed this act on a distant land or whatever, is it prosecutable? Wouldn't it have to have occurred on, I don't know. Is it prosecutable?
Well, if it was in the Virgin Islands, and that's a U.S. territory. And that's where Epstein's Island was.
And I think trafficking applies to both the state you got them from and the state you brought them, or the place you brought them to. So if you traffic children from America into a different country, you would still be touchable by America.
True. Yep. Well, true. And I think that's where Epstein, because he was a part of that chain. But if you're just like I presume a willing participant or someone who's been drafted to be a part of that little crew or whatever, then and you go over to like whatever, is it a situation that is prosecutable if you went to a foreign country to do bad illegal crime?
Well, if they went to a foreign country and that was the only place that they did it, which I don't think those are necessarily the allegations, it would still destroy their political career and people would never vote for them again. So
Correct.
if it's the smallest W, I'll take it, right? But for the most part, it's the island, which is within the Virgin Islands, which is U.S. territory, falls under U.S. jurisdiction if they do want to prosecute somebody. And then if he did it at his New York place or his West Palm Beach place, that's directly on, like, in the country. So, it just depends on all those different factors. But if something about a politician comes out that they did something in another country, release it. At the very least, it will fucking destroy their political career and nobody will vote for them again.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty like centered on this, right? Like, I'm not leaning one way or the other. I do think that it's funny that a lot of people who typically vote Democrat and lean left act like this isn't a big deal and they're not really like focused on this simply because if Trump is in here in an incriminating way, this is a perfect segue for them to win back the American people because they lost him, dude. You know what I mean? Like, they've never, in recorded history, they've never had this low of an approval rating. And I feel like if they were to bank on this and really drive it all the way home, and he was in the files and they find something incriminating, which, you know, for the past couple days, I've been pretty thoroughly convinced that he is in the files now in the way that he reacted to that. Sevens, welcome back, bro. Thanks for coming in. And I want him released immediately. So, like, I don't care if he's in it. I mean, I care, right? Of course I care. But what I'm saying is, like, whether he's in it or not does not change the fact that I want it released, because I care about kids and the damage that people have done to children, that it's proven here, right?
But so do you think that anyone that's connected with that list is in politics?
Not everybody, no.
Because you mentioned that, I always understood that list to include like well-known actors and things of that nature. So
it could be, very much. It could be, right? Like, it makes no difference who is in the list. It just needs to get fucking released. Okay? I don't care how much I like a person that's on that list. That's going to change if they're on it. And if I hate somebody who isn't on the list, well, good on you. You know, you're not doing stuff to kids, right? Exactly, John Barrett. Transparency and accountability, 100%. He was ended, whether by himself or whoever. To me, that's like completely inconsequential, you know?
okay.
Oh, so Virgin Islands isn't under U.S. jurisdiction?
They have it is, but they have their own set of laws.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm about to post a link for the laws up under them.
Oh, yeah, 100%, Darth Matt. Absolutely. Well, you know, what we were reading into yesterday was the guy that Jeffrey Epstein really got tied in with real big in the beginning was a fucking arms dealer. That's where he, like, got his initial step up into big business, was under an arms dealer. That's what the guy's son said. You know? So, like, this is the thing. I'm not partisan on this issue, all right? Like, I'm very, like, consistent in the way that, like, I think about this. I don't care who's in it. Fucking release it, okay? The guy was ended 7 years ago. Whether it was by his own hand or not is completely inconsequential to this list exists. We know the files. We know that there's files and there's people's names in these files, right? Like, this shit needs to get released now.
Absolutely.
But that's about it. Anyway, Calvin, good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well, bro. I know me and you go back and forth on chat all the time, but I promise you, man, it's nothing personal. I'm just a dickhead in chat. That's all it is.
It's cool. It's cool. So what did you want to chat about today?
Well, so right now we're gonna finish this video, then we're going into the deep dive.
Okay.
So my buddy Big Soda here. Hey, you're more than welcome to stick on panel and stuff, man, and comment. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't mind at all. But my buddy Big Soda here, he took a bunch of notes down. He did a bunch of deep diving. So what we're doing is we're going through these and just stopping every once in a while and, like, actually looking at, like, a full breakdown of the information. So there's not, you know, any kind of assumptions or anything, and we actually see exactly what was going on. I'm glad we got through some of the shit that we got through last in the last episode we did of this, because, man, there was just a lot of really heinous stuff being done to kids that may or may not have been directly linked to this thing, right? But that stuff, it really, it's hard for me to, like, read through that, you know? Like, I need to, like, pour bleach in my eyes after I read shit like that, for real.
We pulled a lot of stuff that was connected through, like, CIA programs or had CIA involvement, like, not directly tied back to Epstein, but we're doing our best to kind of paint the image of what both me and lower class share, that Epstein was intelligence, and that this could be more of not necessarily Trump or presidents covering up, but more of this is like what the CIA would rather have, you know, swiped under the rug. And so that way it doesn't come back and negatively reflect them.
Because the thing is, dude, if this takes down a bunch of people that are in our intelligence community, you know, like, America takes a really bad rap, and then all of the citizens are the ones who really like suffer because of it. But America takes a bad rap for getting involved in foreign nations, destroying other countries, literally. And what that always comes down to is there starts with CIA involvement, and then either we bomb them or we invade their country, right? And this shit's fucking bullshit, dude. It's lining the pockets of people, and then they've trick fucked the entire nation into going, yeah, but when we're in war, the economy gets better. And those two things aren't necessarily completely related. You know what I mean? Like, there's a loose correlation, but it's not like steadfast, and there's no like direct causation that's been proved by that, you know? So anyway, let's go ahead and finish up this. This is Alan Dershowitz. Guys, I'm just saying, chat, everybody, I believe this guy, okay? I want to go back and like replay the way that he spoke about this, because I mean, my man had stone cold in his eyes when he said this. He was fucking serious when he said this. I genuinely, like, here we go.
They have seen, remember, I was accused falsely, and they have seen, and ultimately I was completely cleared. The woman admitted that she may have mistook me for somebody else and withdrew all of her lawsuits. And so from day one, from the day I was accused, I said I want every document out, because I knew every document would prove I was innocent. So let me tell you, I know for a fact documents are being suppressed, and they're being suppressed to protect individuals.
Alan Dershowitz, Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer, is saying right here, as this is earlier today, he knows documents are being suppressed. He has seen them. Take a listen.
I know the names of the individuals. I know why they're being suppressed. I know who's suppressing them, but I'm bound by confidentiality from a judge and cases, and I can't disclose what I know. But I hand to God, I know the names of people whose files are being suppressed in order to protect them, and that's wrong.
All right, so I just want to say, there was conviction in his voice there. There was conviction on his face. When I say conviction, I mean he meant what he was saying there. He has no reason to lie about this.
I think he has a connection to Epstein through
he was his lawyer.
Being a lawyer from him, and I think like that's been something that's been going against his reputation for a long time now. And
Right.
If he is in it, I don't know, I guess, why even come out and speak about, hey, you know,
Fucking release him.
yeah,
Release him. He said this has come back bad on me, and you guys are holding the files. I want them released right now to clear my name. Well, so it depends, Hornet, because it wasn't like a contract he signed. It was probably like a gag order, right? And when a judge puts a gag order on you, you cannot break that gag order, right? Like that's how that works.
well, it probably goes deeper than that too. So if Alan Dershowitz was in the first prosecution, I believe, or if he was in the second prosecution, I know of the second prosecution, the judge gets to decide what's classified and what's not classified. So the judge pretty much decides the avenue in which you're allowed to talk about, you know, this type of stuff. And so both parties have to come in probably agreeing to, hey, you know, if we indulge this information, it cannot leave this courtroom. And so if he were to talk about it, the judge would probably hold him into some form of contempt of court or some type of, I guess, agreement with the court that he agreed to when he took the case.
Right. And now I do want to make it clear, because I see, you know, Scott, I agree with you, right? When I'm saying this, I'm not saying this guy is a saint and he's come down from heaven as an angel. What I'm saying is, when it comes to this particular matter, I err on the side of agreeing with him, right? That's all I gotta say. So I like what it seems like he is honest about this. He isn't looking shifty. He's not like have you guys seen the interview with Bill Gates,
Mm-hmm.
where he was getting interviewed and the lady said, Well, you've had lots of dinners and been over to Jeffrey Epstein's island a few times. Like, you care to comment on that? Like, how that could possibly be taken in the wrong way? And he was like, "Oh, well, he's dead, and we should just stop talking about him." Like,
well, he's dead now.
right? Yeah. Like a response like that is a lot different from what this guy's saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. I don't. We'll see what happens. I think John Barrett really kind of nailed it on the head with that one.
I'm not sure. That would be an interesting, I guess, challenge, because I'm not sure the president can give immunity to that type of charge.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't see like violating a gag order. I don't even see him necessarily needing like immunity would probably be really easy for that. I don't see him needing immunity for anything else when he's the one who's saying like fucking release him.
Mm-hmm.
Release him now, just like everyone else who has been serious about this, apparently, except for fucking Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Trump. Everyone else has been very consistent, right? Calvin, you got anything to add, bro?
No, not. The only thing I would add is it's funny how these people, Dan and Kash Patel, they were very staunch about this report, and to see them get caught in this regards is interesting.
100%. I agree.
It's painting them as if they lied. It's painting them as if they grift this Epstein stuff, and then when they got into office, either two things happened. They were overpowered by higher forces like Trump or people higher in the campaign, or they talked a big game, and then now there's not that much information to release.
And that assessment of that is very heavy. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you have people, that's like me talking to the both of you, and we're having this conversation. We are both on the same page about the Epstein list, and you both get hired by the Trump administration, and then you completely flip a script once you get under Trump. That's exactly what happened. That's
correct.
Deep.
And plus, it speaks on their integrity, because it's kind of like, well, now they know the information. Now they're tied into it. At what point does your integrity, I guess, tell you that, hey, I need to find some avenue to be able to release this information?
Yes.
And even if I break the law of leaking, is it something that I should do?
Yeah.
Because both of these people I would consider high integrity people, or at least I thought they were high integrity people.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think they actually have all the information at this point in time?
No.
Have all of it? I don't think so.
Because I'm thinking if the Biden administration or whatever, they could have, gotten rid of a lot of information from when he was in office. So never know that the information that you're receiving is not even complete in that regards. Maybe it could have been snuff of all his contacts or his faves or whatever the case may be. Yeah.
Hey, Calvin, you remember when they released, or when Pam Bondi talked about I think she sent a letter to Kash Patel and Dan Bongino about there being a spot in New York where she thought the files may be. And like they were in some room. To me, I wouldn't say the files are destroyed. To me, it seems easier to either like hide them or put them in an area where you think someone wouldn't find them. And it would be easier and I guess less criminal to do that than it would be to actually delete the files.
I'll be honest. I don't think the FBI are the only ones with the files. I don't think the United States are the only ones with these fucking files.
I agree with that. That would be the best option, is to compartmentalize it and send it to a lot of different foreign authorities.
Like, yeah. You know what I mean?
That's the only way you can protect yourself from this type of situation.
100%.
Oh, how much fun it would be to be in the know to be one of the people that is transporting this document. I wonder what's going on behind the administration, because there's people that know. There's people in the FBI that knows that Trump is lying because they've seen it. Like we're actually like we're talking about right now. He is apparently one of the people that is supposedly in the know, Mr. Allen, and he's seeing that the administration is lying before our face. So yeah.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, I would say I'm pretty sure Trump has seen it. I'm pretty sure there has been talks about what's in the files, and Trump knows more than we know, being the president. I mean, I don't think he may know everything, but I think it's fair to say that with his presidential level, he definitely knows more than we know.
Yeah. I mean, he's
And
going to
he-
know. And the thing is, he's going to know if he's in them or not.
Yep.
Bottom line. You know what I mean?
That is true too.
He's going to know for a fact if he's in there or not. So there's no doubt saying he knows more than we know. You know what I mean? If that's all he does know, you know what I mean? Like, he's still, that's just the bottom line. So, this thing has been going on for 7 years, and it has been swept under the rug the entire time by both administrations. And it's time this shit gets fucking released. It's bullshit how the CIA can do something fucked up and then wait 35 to 40 years until everyone who's involved is dead, and then they release the files on it. It's bullshit. So,
I'll make one last comment, Calvin, just to kind of show you where I'm at with it. I'm more upset with what the Trump administration has done than I'm more upset with the last 3 administrations and what they've done, because this is something that I supported Trump, and me going in supporting Trump, he told me we would get the Epstein files. I thought that would be huge, and the fact that he didn't deliver this, it hurts me more because I supported him getting into office and doing it.
of course.
And so this is the hugest letdown to me. It's just one of them.
He wasn't like every other politician.
Yep, he was supposed to be my guy, and my guy
He's
failed
literally
me.
doing everything every other politician does. That's the reason why people are so fucking mad at him.
And he's co-opted a lot of good, well, I would say good people, co-op a lot of people who were on the outsides, the soldiers like Dan,
Yep.
and he's co-opted them. He's made them useless when they go back out to the real work.
Yep.
Absolutely. Dude, I loved Dan Bongino, man. This is a guy who, he was Secret Service. He was like the cream of the crop. His word meant something. And now his credibility is shit. And it's not worth anything. That's a good point, Calvin. People like him, when they get out, no one's going to ever trust anything they say again.
Yep.
So let me ask you guys this. You remember when Patel was interviewing, I think it was Rogan at that point in time, and news came out that Elon Musk said that Trump was in the Epstein file, and Patel's like, I'm not going to talk about that at all. I can't talk about that.
Of course.
So maybe that's maybe that's a clue there.
Well, I'll add on to that. Do you remember when the reporter asked Pam Bondi about clarifications on what she had released the day before? Trump immediately shot it down. And then Trump stated that, we still talking about this Jeff guy, and he's like, this freak. So the interesting about that, it seems like Trump has given his team the do not talk about this order.
Yeah.
And to move on past it. But now he could be backtracking, but I mean, outside of this evidence, I can't guarantee you that he even is backtracking. It just seems like he wants to move on and go to the next kind of political.
Yeah. Well, and Calvin, no one here, and just like John Bart saying, right? Or John Barrett, is it Barrett or Bart? Anyway, but like he's saying, the flight logs for his plane have already been released. So he is in the files.
Yep.
He was on Epstein's plane.
Yep.
There's no evidence he went to the island, but he was on Epstein's plane. You know what I mean? So like he's in the files. No one's arguing that. I think the thing that people want to know is whether or not he was actually getting quote unquote serviced by Epstein, right? Because that's the big thing. Epstein wasn't just involved in this kind of stuff, though. That wasn't his main bag. He was a guy that could get money moved around, right?
Yep.
He was an arms dealer. He was, I mean, like, you know, multiple people. And, you know, like, just to touch back on what Trump said during that cabinet meeting, he jumped in and said that the question that was being asked was about whether or not Epstein was Mossad, that he was Israeli intelligence. That was the question that was being asked. And he fucking jumped and said that. And then she gave like a complete red herring response to it. Didn't even talk about whether or not he was intelligence. I think, like, see, that's my thing is, I feel like if anything is behind them not releasing them, it's the fact that it's going to be put out there that Israel's intelligence, Mossad, was largely behind what was going on that island. Probably the CIA as well.
But why would I don't see them covering up anything for anyone who's a foreigner. Maybe people that are Americans and not.
No. I'm not saying anything to do with foreign people. What I'm saying is that Israel would have such a such a grasp on people that are in our politics and like massive billionaires around the world, that they would have that level of leverage against them, right? That's a danger. That's bad. And like we already know there's honeypot operations going on in America as well. Like this is like China. What was that one? What's that? I never remember.
Fang Fing and Eric Swaldwell.
Yeah. She was a Chinese spy, and somebody in Congress was sleeping with a honeypot. That's what they do.
I think it was Representative Eric Swaldwell.
Yes. And that's like Calvin, what I'm telling you is this does not fall along party lines here. You know what I mean? Like, our government is fucked, dude. Like Darth Matt said it earlier. He was like, I'll be blackpilled so y'all don't have to. We're fucking cooked right here. Yeah. We're kind of in this position. And really, at the end of the day, what needs to happen is all this stuff needs to get released. The people who are involved need to go to fucking prison. And then we need to press the reset button. Straight up. May the best man win after that, right? Like, that's what this is going to have to come down to. Bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't some, like, massive conspiracy theory that's a bunch of, like, QAnon videos online. Like, this is real shit. This is happening, bro. You know what I mean? Like, this is real.
I hear you.
All right, let's keep watching Alan Dershowitz. See if he has anything else good to say.
He knows the names. He knows the places. He knows the when. He knows the why. He knows it all. He has seen them. He is Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer, his defense attorney, I believe, before he died. He's seen a lot of the stuff because he was also at one point accused as well, because he was an affiliate, a business associate of Epstein. He was his lawyer. So he was in the firing, he was in the crosshair at one point also. He's saying, listen, there is a cover-up. He's coming out. Listen, guys, there is a cover-up.
Just out of curiosity, without names, are these politicians, business leaders, both?
They're everything. And let me tell you, a lot of them are, at least one of them is somebody who was accused. Others are accusers. And
who was
the
accused?
judges have said, if somebody calls themselves a victim, we're not going to give any information about them. But they may not be victims. They may be perpetrators. So we don't have information about false accusers. And we know there have been many false accusers who have accused innocent people for money. And those records are being deliberately, willfully suppressed. And they shouldn't be suppressed. If the accusation is allowed out, so should the material that diminishes the credibility of the accuser. We want total transparency on this. Every single document, no redaction. That's what I've said from day one.
Yeah.
I think so. And so then you have to think, okay, well, why are we not getting that? Why are we not getting total, complete, and total transparency? No redactions. Why? Well, I mean, it's because it's a good old-fashioned government cover-up. It's because the deep state, maybe the Trump administration themselves, who knows, somebody has made the determination if this information gets released, if this stuff gets put out and the American people know, then everything comes crumbling down. You know, there are so many big names on this client list, inside the files, proof, evidence, guilty, case closed. They did it. You know that information is there, that if this gets out, if people know, then everything goes, everything goes to hell, right? So this might complicate, or this might implicate, relations that we have with other countries. Keep in mind, it might not just be people within our own government, senators, congressmen, whatever, people in the administration. It might be people in other governments. It might be people in Saudi Arabia or Israel, or hypothetically, could Netanyahu be on the list? Could the Saudi Arabian crown prince be on the list? Would that make sense? Why the Trump admin is trying to?
All right, I'll be honest. I don't think the Saudi Arabian crown prince is on that list. He wouldn't need to be. His family are fucking trillionaires, bro. Like, they wouldn't need to go through Epstein. You know what I mean? Like, let's be honest. But
if you want to push if you want Americans to support you and kind of get influential ties in America, you may be actually signing deal, or at least trying to get Jeffrey Epstein's influence in his favor, so that way he can help you start kind of setting up your ties in America.
Well, he was tied in with Trump. Like, Trump's known them for a while. Yeah. Trump's known like that family for a while. You know what I mean? He's been tied in with the Saudis for a bit, like before he ran for president and everything. You know, so they wouldn't have needed to. Maybe they would have needed to go through Epstein to get to Trump, but like, I just don't. It doesn't make any sense for that to have to be a thing. Right?
Because remember, Epstein was also tied to Donald Lease, and Donald Lease was signing military arms deals for the Saudi Arabic government and their crown prince at the time. So Epstein could have met them through. Yeah. And it's kind of like Trump. If Jeffrey Epstein has ties to intelligence and governmental figures, it may be easier to go through Jeffrey Epstein than it would be to go directly through Trump.
Yeah.
Who was at the time just, a regular citizen.
Yeah, Scott. Alan Dershowitz is typically like, he typically leans left. Recently, he's been kind of like fence sitting, but he's very friendly to people in the Democrat Party.
No. Alan Dershowitz leans right.
No, he leans Democrat. He leans the same Democrat as that Trump is.
He's
Democrat. He's an old school Democrat.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. When you said Democrat, you mean he like supports Democrat initiatives and things of that nature?
He's friendly to the Democrat Party. He's represented a bunch of people in the Democrat Party. Yeah.
This is Alan Dershowitz, who served as on what was it, the Supreme Court, or he defended Trump in this? Was it the Supreme Court?
He's been Trump's lawyer since.
I mean, Trump. Dude, he's a lawyer.
Yeah.
Like lawyers don't really. I personally, this is an opinion, right? But like lawyers, to me, they don't have like political leanings necessarily. Like lawyers go where the money is. So if someone's paying them big money, which Democrats have big money, they're backed by a bunch of fucking billionaires and shit. Whoever has the money, he's going to represent them, right? So I wasn't saying, I don't know his political leanings, what he believes about, any kind of like social issues or whatever, but he's been very friendly to the Dems.
No, so I'm familiar with him. I watch his platform. He's on Fox. He is heavily Republican. He defends all the talking points. Anytime there's an issue with Trump, they call him because he's going to defend Trump and defend that side at all costs. So
this is the same argument of saying, just because Trump's represented by the Republican Party, that he's a Republican. Trump's an old school Democrat, and so is Alan Dershowitz. It's just a simple fact that they find themselves more in the Republican Party, but he has deep ties to Democrats and has represented Democrats and has defended both sides of the aisle. It's just that he finds himself with very influential friends who have been on the Democratic Party for a very long time. And it's only till Trump ran for the Republican Party that Alan Dershowitz has kind of been viewed as a right-leaning figure. In reality, I wouldn't say he's really conservative, or other than the fact that Trump's on the Republican Party.
Yeah, that would really be kind of it. I mean, he's been very friendly to people in the Democrat Party. They haven't like smashed his name or anything like that. They've utilized him to get out of trouble before, you know what I mean? So he's friendly to whoever has the money, man. I mean, that's what all this shit comes down to, right? I think for the most part we can agree, like, politics it doesn't matter what you stand for in politics. What matters is how many dollars you can throw around. You know, it's a dick wagging contest. Whoever has a fatter wallet.
Suppress the list right now. I mean, they are suppressing it. They are. Let's be honest. Let's be adults about this. It would do a lot of damage to a lot of those relationships if this information were to get out. Absolutely. I mean, we already know for a fact we have a member of the British royal family, who's on the list. And we're going to talk about that here in a second. Well, actually, you know what? While we're talking about that, take a look at this. This is the FBI earlier today. FBI says Prince Andrew is free to travel abroad officially again, as the FBI has officially ended its probe into Prince Andrew's Jeffrey Epstein links.
And he was literally on the island. He was personally outed by Virginia Joffrey, who just so happened to get hit by a bus recently. Isn't that fucking weird? I mean, like I don't believe in coincidence to this level, right? Like it's fine to put your hand over your eyes. I'm not necessarily saying you, Calvin. What I'm saying is, like, a lot of people are totally fine with just putting their hands over their eyes and going, "There's nothing to see here," you know? Like that's what a lot of people do. But I mean, this stuff isn't like, this is happening, right?
The FBI.
We can agree this is being covered up by the FBI right now. Yeah, Calvin?
No, I would say it's the presidency, because they're the ones that always has control. Like, Biden could have done this. They're acting at the behest of the presidency. So
100%. Yeah, he could have, and he didn't. But like, yes, okay, like, yeah. All right, I'll agree with you there. Yes, it's the presidency. But what I'm saying is the FBI is the domestic arm of the Department of Justice when it comes to, like, investigations, and they're the ones who are ending the probe into Prince Andrew, right? Who, like, we already know, this is a picture in Jeffrey Epstein's house with a 17-year-old girl. She was 17 in this picture.
Okay.
That's Ghislaine Maxwell, and that's Prince Andrew, right?
Okay.
Like this is what I'm trying to show, is like the FBI is the ones covering this up. Yes, if it's directed from Trump, fine, right? Like, I'll grant you that. I'm really not even like arguing to that at that point. But what I'm saying is, like, this is the body that's doing it. It's,
as of a couple hours ago, is done looking at him. They said, you're free to go. You're free to go.
Question:
Prince Andrew, case.
What benefit would it serve us as Americans to hide his flaws?
to hide Prince Andrew?
Yeah, to cape for him, to cover up for him.
Banking interests over in the UK. That's really all it comes down to, money, right?
But for whom? We're
for America.
He's not like, I guess, a heavyweight on in that regards.
He's not a heavyweight in the banking industry, but he's part of the royal family. When you take something that's like,
he has influence.
Yeah, I understand. He has influence. I guess I don't see why we would, cover up for him. Maybe someone who's American or whatever. Maybe what's the other princess here or whatever the case would be. But I was just curious why we would cover up for him. But you can go ahead and continue playing.
Well, so I would say we don't know what kind of ties Andrew has, right? I haven't looked into it, so I can't really speak on that. What I would assume, without looking into what kind of ties he has, is there's some conflict of interest between America having some level of banking interests over in England, which is really what it all comes down to, right? Like Brexit, they got out of the EU, so they have their own currency. They've always been like a really strong banking superpower in the world. The United States has the military. We interact with Britain, when it comes to money quite closely. We've been doing that for a long time. There's a lot of different possibilities, but I would say that would be the one that that would be the most, like, when it comes to like geopolitics, I would say that would be the one that I would like lean towards assuming was there's some kind of banking interest there that they want to maintain. And yeah, no shit, dude. King Charles is weird, dude.
I guess I would say, I don't think it's so much as they're protecting Prince Andrews as more, if you reveal one person as a client, you reveal the potential of more people being clients.
That's
and
fair.
So it's kind of like this is a good argument for Democrats to say this is why they didn't release the information about Trump when Democrats were in charge. Well, because if you admit Trump was a client, then you have to admit other people are clients.
Yeah. And now the only client that we knew of was Prince Andrew, the only one that like people were pretty fucking dead certain on, especially with this picture down in the bottom right there. Like that was the nail to the fucking wall. Same with other pictures of him with Jeffrey Epstein. He went over there a bunch of times, Now, Ghislaine Maxwell is actually in prison for trafficking children to no one.
I guess I would say they're probably saying she trafficked it to Jeremy.
To Jeffrey?
Or Jeffrey. I said Jeremy. Yeah, Jeffrey. Sorry, Jeremy's.
Yeah. Yeah, John Barrett, exactly. That's what I was. You said you worded that a lot more eloquently than I did, but I'm fucking trailer trash, so that's what happens.
It's closed. That's coming out of the FBI just a couple hours ago. News today. Now it's weird because as this is all happening today, just the last couple hours, as the FBI has closed the probe into Prince Andrew, the DOJ is coming out and saying, per Tom Fitton from Judicial Watch, trustworthy guy, by the way, trustworthy source here, this guy here, he's saying the DOJ is actually open to reviewing the Epstein records and releasing them. So we're hearing one thing from the DOJ. We're hearing one thing from the FBI. The FBI is moving on. The DOJ is actually maybe turning around and moving back, reopening the case. And we're also hearing from a lot of people that President Trump is pissed that none of this has gone according to President Trump's plan. This has been handled terribly, that President Trump is very upset about all of this right now. Let's keep listening to what Alan Dershowitz had to say. Let's wrap this up.
I waive any of my rights to privacy. Anything there is about me, I'm happy because it will be exculpatory, because I know I haven't touched a woman other than my wife from the day I met Jeffrey Epstein. I don't even hug people, but I was falsely accused and I was able to prove it. And I was able to prove it through documents. And I want other people to be able to disprove false accusations through documents. Yeah. But these documents are being suppressed and with.
So Alan Dershowitz wants everything to be released. This is Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer. He wants it all out there. We have a big super chat here from frickin' Brian. Hey, thank you very much. He says, I don't care who is on the list. This is the biggest human trafficking operation in history. It's a horrible and disgusting crime. The entire world deserves to know every bit of truth. Those 1,000 victims deserve justice. Yeah, I mean, this is a good segue into something else we're going to talk about here in a minute. In fact, here it is right here. Let me play the clip. Brian, I think you're going to like this. And then I'm going to double back to what you had to say.
I talked to President Trump man to man, eye to eye on St. Patrick's Day about this and the Kennedy files and the King files. It was all one conversation. And he said, and I agree, there are a lot of names associated with Epstein that had nothing to do with Epstein's conduct. They maybe had lunch with him or maybe had some correspondence for one thing or another. If that name gets out, those people are destroyed because there's not going to be any context. Media doesn't care. about context. So you can't do that. You can't destroy human beings by putting out the files, whatever they may be. I talked to.
Okay. So what he's saying is that the entire situation goes up in flames. Everybody on the list goes up in flames if the list comes out. Listen, I'm not a professional here. I'm just a guy in a room with a webcam and a microphone. Here's my opinion. Okay, I'm an American. I'm an American taxpayer. I guess my opinion matters for something, I guess. But, you know, they've got to bring charges on people that are guilty. They've got if they don't want to release the list, because keep in mind, what he's saying here is true. What O'Reilly said here is true. Not every person that ever had some small interaction with Epstein is guilty of all of this terrible stuff. Okay, a lot of Epstein was a well-connected socialite billionaire for 20 years. He was genuinely very well connected. He was charismatic. He was going to the parties and the cocktail mixers. He was going to people's golf courses. Not every person that ever met this guy or had lunch with him or went to a cocktail party with him, not every person that met him is a sexual predator. That's a reality that we need to acknowledge. Okay. So if that is one of the arguments to not release Epstein's black book or whatever, okay, fine. So what do they need to do instead? They need to actually pursue criminal charges. They need to determine who's guilty and who's innocent. And we all know there are people that are guilty. Even if 95% of people that ever met Epstein, they're on the Epstein list, even if 95% are innocent, you need to pursue that 5% that are not innocent. You got to bring those people to justice. I'll meet you there. I agree with you. Not every person on the list or in the files is guilty. I think every intelligent person understands that. However, some of them are. Hold them accountable, shut them down. That's it. That's it. Okay. I don't want to play this here. And we had a super chat here. Prince Andrew, former Prime Minister of Israel, other heads of state, and most likely truthers of Congress are on the list, I think. I don't know who specific. I don't want to, I guess, speculate on who specifically, this guy, that guy. Well, Prince Andrew, of course. But, you know, I think you're right in concept. A lot of people, there are a lot of people. And that is why this cover up is happening. In fact, you guys might notice here, guys, are the Democrats right now going hard on the Epstein list? This would be such an easy slam dunk for the Democrats right now to say, everybody, look, Donald Trump lied to you. Donald Trump, he said he was going to release the list and then he's covering it up, the evil President Trump. Are the Democrats saying that right now? No, the Democrats are silent. The Democrats are not pushing that narrative. They're not touching it with a 10-foot stick. Why? It's because they're in on it. It's because they're in on it. That's why they're silent. You know, they love him. Every single opportunity they have, they will try to tear him down and trash talk this guy, whatever they can do. They're not touching this one, though. What's up with that? They're in on it. They're just as much a part of this as everybody else is. They're playing coverage here. You know. Let me take a look here. Adam C. Matt, don't be a coward. I'm a coward. Tell your viewers about the joint SAR lawsuit against Trump and Epstein by the 16-year-old girl. Frankly, I have never heard about that. I'll look into that later. I don't know. I'll look into it, I guess. I haven't heard about that. Thank you, though. I appreciate the super chat. Ed Gidcom, $20 super chat, says Q post 999. Way more horrible stuff than barely legal girl abuse, went on Epstein properties, adrenochrome harvesting and drinking. These people are evil.
See,
I by the way, call me a conspiracy theorist. I think, you know, if you want to talk about sexually abusing minors,
that kind of stuff is a little out of my wheelhouse. I don't necessarily believe that level of things. Maybe, right? But I don't know. And I don't think there's any evidence for any of that either. That's a little way out there, you know? I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'm not saying the whole adrenochrome conspiracy is real, but you do remember that CIA case that we got into 2 days ago, that where they were doing some what would be described as almost demonic type things to younger age kids.
Yeah.
And I would say I don't know, but there seems to be some weird element to sexual crimes and demonic behavior that we've seen very limited examples of. And so I don't know. I don't believe all the adrenochrome stuff. It kind of seems weird to me, but there does seem to be this weird sexual exploitation, or I guess actual exploitation, and the demonic type representation.
Yeah. Absolute debauchery. 100%. Yeah. For sure. I see where you're coming from. I just, when it comes to that, when there's proof of it, I'll take a look at it, right? But
Yeah.
until then, there's a lot of talk, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know, but to me, like things that have proof, that's what I try to stick to. You know what I mean? That's all.
So you remember, I think around 2002, when Alex Jones got arrested for breaking into the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah.
And, you know, there necessarily wasn't kids there, but they were doing a lot of weird,
sacrifice thing.
Yeah, demonic representation and stuff like that. And so I think it seems like a weird type of concept that does come up every once in a while.
We'll say it is weird that you know, people attribute sacrificial ritual to like Satanism and stuff, but if you look at the Old Testament, you know, just saying, there's a lot of that in the Old Testament by a certain group of people. Anyway, so I'll go ahead and that was great. I'm glad we got to watch that. It's interesting that there are people going back and forth about should we release it, should we not release it. So I found that a little enlightening. It seems like he's going through super chats and there's people talking like some hardcore Q stuff, and that's just outside of my wheelhouse. I don't know too much about it. But yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. Let's get back into it, brother. All right, so I have the exact place where we left off last week.
Let's see. Now, I did add a couple to another list, but it's just mainly stuff to look up.
Okay.
So I don't think I need to turn it into a PDF and send it to you. All right, Calvin, these are my notes. They're kind of all over the place. I did my best to kind of source everything and work back. And it's a little out of order, but bear with me. Okay, so I think we left off on this Jonathan Pollard story.
This is where we left off because this was all the stuff that we looked into.
Yeah, there's some weird cases in there.
I really didn't fucking enjoy.
Yeah,
but, I mean,
it's fair.
It's relevant, right? So, you know.
It's kind of opening your eyes to the honeypot schemes and like how not only our intelligence agency, but MI5, MI6, and Mossad was all doing these weird honeypot type stuff in the 80s.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a little unrelated to Epstein directly. This ties more back into intelligence, but it deals in the 80s and what was kind of going on between our intelligence and our foreign policy and Israel's foreign policy and their intelligence. So type in the name Jonathan Pollard, USSR.
Okay. So he was put in jail for spying for Israel.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he's related to the nuclear stuff, but he was taking American secrets and then selling them to the USSR.
Whoa.
Yeah.
He deserved a better person then.
Yeah, at the behest of Israel.
At the behest of Israel.
Yep. So Israel was retaining the information, and they were using this information to sell to the USSR to try and recover some of the Jews that were located in Poland and other areas inside the Soviet Union.
See, he doesn't say anything about the USSR. I'll have to look into that.
Okay. I believe on those notes there was a article about it, but I could be wrong. If not, then we'll just kind of focus on. So his name came up a couple of times when when it came up to when I was looking for the nuclear stuff around the 1980s. So I think he may also have his hands in their nuclear program. But yeah, he's got this list of, or he's got these charges from selling secrets to the Soviet Union at the time.
All right, one second. Just seeing if I can. I'm skimming through to see if I can find. All right. This guy, I mean, the CIA. So, like, you know, in the 8 years before Russia stormed into Ukraine, the CIA was over there teaching people how to take on false personas and steal documents. Like steal information from China, Russia, and from Belarus. Okay. Here we go. All right. So capture. Pollard's espionage was nearly revealed in 1984 when a department chief noted a report on Soviet military equipment and questioned why it was germane to the office. Pollard, to whom the report was traced, was asked about it, and he replied that he had been working on terrorist networks, which was accepted as valid. In 1985, a coworker anonymously reported Pollard's removal of classified material from the NIC. The coworker noted that Pollard did not seem to take the material to any known appropriate destination, such as other intelligence agencies in the area, though Pollard was authorized to transport documents, and the coworker said the documents were wrapped properly. It appeared unusual that Pollard would be transporting documents on a Friday afternoon when there was little happening and people seemed to be focused on an upcoming long weekend. Ultimately, that report was not acted upon as it was felt it occurred within business hours and Pollard had business being in other offices. In another instance, Pollard's direct superior, having to complete extra work at the office on a Saturday, had walked by Pollard's desk and noticed unsecured classified material. Taking the initiative to secure it, the supervisor glanced over it and saw that it was unrelated to anti-terrorism matters in the Caribbean with which the section was concerned. Looking at more unrelated documents, the supervisor believed foreign intelligence might be involved, but was unable to determine which nation might be interested. Pollard was stopped and questioned by the FBI agents about a week later while removing classified material from his work premises. He explained that he was taking it to another analyst at a different agency for consultation. His story was checked and found to be false. Pollard requested a telephone call to his wife to tell her where he was. As the interview was voluntary, the investigators had no choice but to grant the request. During the call to Anne, Pollard used the code word cactus, signaling that he was in trouble and that she should remove all classified material from their home. She attempted to do this, enlisting the help of a neighbor. Oh, shit. Pollard later agreed to a search of his home, which found that a few documents which Anne had missed. At this time, the FBI decided to cede the case to Pollard's supervisors since they had uncovered only mishandling of documents with no proof that Pollard was passing classified information. The case broke wide open a few days later when Pollard was asked by his superiors to take a polygraph test. Instead, he admitted to passing documents illegally without mentioning Israel. The FBI again became involved. A brief time later, Pollard's neighbor, a naval officer, became concerned about safeguarding the 70-pound suitcase full of highly classified material that Anne had given him and began telephoning around the military intelligence community asking for advice. He cooperated fully with the investigation and was never charged with any crime. So after his partial confession, I'm trying to see where the USSR comes into this. It's probably not going to bring that up.
I sent you a Guardian article about Jonathan Pollard that I think brings it up.
Is that on X?
It's through our chat and on the StreamYard.
All right. So we got, this is what we're up. Oh, never mind. Fucking, no, I don't. Get out of here. All right. U.S. secrets used to buy freedom for Soviet Jews. The Israeli spy Jonathan Pollard gave the United States military secrets to the Soviet Union in exchange for exit visas for Soviet Jews, a U.S. magazine reported yesterday. The report in the New Yorker appeared to be a timed and preempt President Clinton's be time to preempt President Clinton's expected decision whether to free Pollard, who was given a life sentence in 1985 to encourage Israel to pursue the Middle East peace process. The Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, yesterday backed the Defense Department and the CIA in arguing against parole on the grounds that the actions of the former naval intelligence analyst had seriously compromised national security. Mr. Clinton had given his national security advisors until yesterday to make their opinions known. The New Yorker's report quoted a former CIA station chief in the Middle East as saying that certain elements in the Israeli military had used Pollard's material to trade for people they wanted to get out of the Soviet Union, including Jewish nuclear and missile scientists. According to another retired station chief in 1985, a month after Pollard's arrest, the CIA director William Casey explained that Israelis used Pollard to obtain our attack plan against the USSR, all of it. The coordinates, the firing locations, the sequences, and for guess who? The Soviets. The magazine also reported that intelligence officers claimed that Pollard had also handed over reams of reports sent by U.S. military attaches in the Middle East, identifying informers, and a 10-volume surveillance manual, which was known as the Bible because it had detailed information on the radio frequencies being tapped by the U.S. Man, he was trying to give them a bunch of shit.
Mm-hmm.
According to the New Yorker, the intelligence leaks were intended to counter claims by Israel and U.S. Jewish groups that Pollard was an ideologically motivated spy who was trying to help Israel without harming the U.S. Yeah. In yesterday's report, he was described as a blow addict who sold secret documents for $31,000 and promises of $340,000 more. Holy. At the U.S. brokered Israeli-Palestinian peace talks in November, the Israeli negotiators claimed that President Clinton had promised Pollard's release as a sweetener for a deal involving troop withdrawals from the West Bank. Mr. Clinton, however, insisted that he had only agreed to review Pollard's case. Pollard's release would represent a political windfall for Benjamin Netanyahu, and in the midst of the election campaign. He was heavily criticized by Israeli right-wingers for returning from the Y peace talks without Pollard. Okay. I mean, dude, yeah.
And then I think, so Netanyahu, came to Congress 3 times that I know of that's connected to him trying to talk about, hey, can you keep your side of the deal and free Pollard? And he's been advocating for the freeing of this particular man.
Yeah.
And now, when I got into that, I was like, damn.
Hey, what's up, Denizen?
Okay, so this is the one that's got a website with it.
Yo.
The Epstein Bank active after he was dead?
Or it's still active.
It's still active?
From the time this article was written, the bizjournal.com, they described it as still active.
What's Epstein Bank?
It's a personal bank that he opened that there was still money coming through in and out of.
He owns a bank? Damn.
No. He had his bank account.
No, I think this may be more related to like a personal bank type setup. But read Biz Journal because they did the hard work. I just found this article and thought it was interesting.
All right. Oh, dude, come on, man.
I was gonna say, it's interesting to see what was new to me that I found out in the past 2-3 weeks. I was doing some research. Netanyahu or whatever, Benjamin or whatever, he goes far back. He's seen many presidents and he's still around. So I'm like, I thought it was interesting. He goes back to the Clinton days in 1996. Yeah.
And in fact, I think they've had 2 prime ministers like since the 80s, Ufud, Barack, and then Netanyahu. Which, if I'm not mistaken, Barack also served in Netanyahu's administration for a short period of time. Like Benjamin is more a conservative side, and Barack's more of the I guess, progressive side to Israel politics.
Okay.
Dude, you can't, like, all these fucking articles are pay gated now. Here's New York Mag. Maybe they're willing to. There we go. Thank you. All right. Holy. Yeah, articles are like heavily pay gated now from just regular sources.
They need more money. It's hard to, it's kind of a dying business because a lot of places you can read the article without even having to visit the website and get the click.
Well, I'm sure like there are news institutions that are trustworthy, but they fucking did it to themselves.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
How would they even know this?
Because I think all bank statements are quasi-public.
What?
I think you can track when a bank sends money to another bank or when a bank facilitates a fund between two parties. Like, I think there's ways in which you can either FOIA the information or that there's a way to track, I guess, bank-to-bank interactions or bank-to-business interactions.
Yeah, bank to bank, perhaps.
Oh no, he did own a bank. I did not know that. Wow. Okay, so check this out. One of the many unknowns surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's life and death involves the peculiar circumstances of how a college dropout without any real financial bona fides could rack up a fortune worth hundreds of millions of dollars. 7 months after his apparent sewer slide, new fiscal mysteries are still emerging. According to a court hearing this week, documents presented to a judge in the U.S. Virgin Islands show a series of multi-million-dollar payments transferred from his estate to a bank he owned, Southern Country International, after his passing. In August, so that looks like that was more, it was probably like the IRS saw, because it says a series of multi-million-dollar payments. So if that's the case, the IRS is definitely going to get involved, like immediately.
Oh, yes. Oh,
You know
yeah.
what I mean, they're getting flagged. So in August, Epstein's bank used to manage offshore dealings. Funny that, bro. Had a little under $700,000 in assets. In December, the estate transferred in $15.5 million. All the funds, saved for $500,000, were withdrawn before the end of the year. There's no explanation for it, said Judge Carolyn Herman Purcell, who is responsible for the distribution of Epstein's remaining assets in the Virgin Islands. Epstein's lawyers claimed that the transfers were in error, though the records were found listed with basic financial payments like cable bills. Herman Purcell has ordered the estate to produce further documents explaining the financial irregularities. Another major oddity was reported this week. Epstein's bank, Southern Country International, should not have existed due to his criminal history. Still, his 2014 application, in which Epstein sold himself as one of the pioneers in investment banking, was approved, becoming one of the U.S. Virgin Islands' first international banks. Despite license renewals every year up until 2019, the Daily Mail reports that there was no indication that the bank was operating as a business in the time it was open. By the way, guys, in roughly about an hour, I'm going to judge a debate. So I'm gonna back out. I'm gonna close down stream at about 6:55, 7:55 Eastern, or 7:55 Eastern, 6:55 Central my time. So yeah, in about an hour, I'm gonna duck out, and then we can probably wrap this up after I get done with that debate. If that's okay with y'all.
Well, where are you going to be at? Or I guess what?
Discord. I can. I'll here. Let me bring up my buddy's channel real quick. It's going to be on this channel right here. I'll go ahead and plug it. He's good, folks. He's good, folks. All right, guys. So Avoided Hornet. That's going to be the channel that's going to be on. It's going to start at 8 p.m. Eastern. So I'm going to duck out here in about an hour. because it starts in about an hour. And once we get done with that, I'm going to jump back over here and we're going to wrap this up tonight. I'd like to get this one under the belt, you know? So
I will state, I think I grossly misclaimed that banking statement, kind of like Denizen corrected me. I think this all came out in lawsuit, not necessarily that it was public record.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens. All right. Another major oddity was reported this week. His bank should not have existed due to his criminal history. Still, a 2014 application in which Epstein sold himself as one of the pioneers in investment banking was approved, becoming one of the U.S. Virgin Islands' first international banks. Despite license renewals every year up until 2019, the Daily Mail reports that there was no indication that the bank was operating as a business in the time it was open. At the moment, court cases in the U.S. Virgin Islands appear to be the most promising vehicle for uncovering the more information about Epstein's alleged trafficking operation and financial inconsistencies. In addition to the case overseen by Herman Purcell that will distribute Epstein's assets, now estimated to be as much as $634 million, the Attorney General of the U.S. Virgin Islands, Denise George, filed a lawsuit against the estate, alleging that the financier had trafficked hundreds of victims, potentially as young as 11 years old, to his island of Little St. James, and maintained the operation until as late as 2018, which was the year that he jumped down the sewer slide. So that's where most of it seems like that's where most of their evidence is going to be, is in his financial records.
Mm-hmm. It's probably, I guess, probably the only way you'll be able to prove kind of both the trafficking and the payment for it.
Yeah. Okay. John Barrett, the topic is going to be, is immigration good for the economy? That's the topic. Sorry. Oh, fair. Yeah. We could all just watch the debate together, and then I'll jump into Discord. Yeah, that's a good idea, bro. That's a good idea. Yeah. Okay. Good idea. Thank you, Rude. I appreciate that, man. All right. So,
now we should be coming close to the end of the document. I believe after that, I have a series of people that I guess either it seems like through allegation or through, I guess, victim testimony that they have been to the island directly. And I started to compile a list. The list is not done. It's just some of the more famous people that's been to the island on official documents.
Yeah. So Prince Andrew, Jess Staley, Jean-Luc Brunel, David Copperfield. That's it.
Him and his wife got married there.
That's weird. Clementine Hambro, so the great granddaughter of Winston Churchill. Stephen Hawking, which I don't think anyone's surprised about that.
He's a dog.
Yeah. He was a dog before he ended up in the wheelchair, and he was apparently like a dog afterwards too. Ehud Barak, which was, oh, that's right, he was the former prime minister. And then Reid Hoffman. That's an interesting name. So I'm interested to see. I'm incredibly interested to see what other names are on that list, man.
It's something we have to know. I feel like I don't care. To be honest, at this point, I don't care who's on the list.
Oh, yeah, me neither.
We just need to find out. And the quicker we find out, the better we'll be.
What list?
The Epstein, like kind of the accumulation of files with the Epstein case.
Yeah.
That's
That's-
I was going to say that's what I would generally call the Epstein list as it's referred to.
Yeah. I think that's the most important thing, right? My issue is I don't think, like, I understand there are people who are in it that don't want it to be released, but I genuinely believe it's more or less the fact that when they release that, what it's going to do is it's going to shine a light on the fact that our government is inundated with Israeli influence. Because
I would go as far to say it's tied in with MI6, which is now referred to CIA and Mossad involvement.
Yeah,
I would say we're starting to run into a situation where the biggest reason why I think it's not released is because it has direct national intelligence ties.
Yeah, 100%. Because there's probably a bunch of people from other countries that are in that too.
No.
Enemy countries. You know what I mean? Because they're not just going to use it to get dirt on people who are running their own countries. They're gonna use it to get dirt on other folks too, man. I promise you. You know what I mean?
I mean, we've seen all the I guess Cold War USSR versus America honeypot traps that they would try and catch each other in, where they'd be able to expose each other.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
There was only one more thing that I added to it. I did kind of a cursory search, so I'm not entirely sure what's in this document, but it's called modus operandus.
Modus operandus?
Or modus operandi.
Oh, modus operandi? Well, so
Yeah.
modus operandi is it's just Latin for the mode of operation. So
Okay.
what that typically refers to is like a consistent pattern in the way something is done.
Mm-hmm.
It's like colloquially, what they use it for is like determining if a string of schmurders was done by one person, like a serial killer. You know, so if like when, for instance, what was his name? Ted Bundy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like his thing was, you know, he would essay and then strangulate and then essay and then come back and essay the body again like a week later and then come back and essay it again later. You know, that was his modus operandi.
Okay.
They found out, you know.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much where I tied off in. I did a little bit at work, but I had to focus on work, so I only got a little bit more added to it.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
I did a little of I think a lot of people know this, the Donald Barr connection between Epstein from, I guess, the high school that Donald Barr was the headmaster of. He didn't give, let me correct the record. He was headmaster at the same time Epstein taught at this high school.
Yep.
And Donald Barr is the father of William Barr. Donald Barr has OSS ties, and William Barr has CIA ties. I couldn't find any more to link between that. I just thought that was quite interesting that Epstein got a job teaching high school kids at a somewhat prestigious school, even though he flunked out of college twice. I think he taught both mathematics and physics there.
At the very least, it demonstrates that the elites frequent the same social and economic circles. So even if it's not directly related, it's a hell of a coincidence because they all go to the same schools, work at the same places, hang out at the same places.
Yeah. Hey, Denizen, just wanted to bring something up to you. I'm aware that you were not the first person to do it in the conversation the other day. Corey Big Soda had your back on that. He told me you weren't the first one. But just moving forward, if anybody breaks TOS on any panel that I have them on, they're going to be banned from joining the panel ever again. So No issue. I understand things got heated. Someone said something to you that was completely uncalled for. That's why I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just making that like kind of a blanket rule moving forward.
No, yeah, I don't break TOS.
Yeah, but that's all. Thanks, man. I'm always glad to have you on. You're good folks. I just moving forward, anybody does that, they're gone from the panel for good. Chat is cool. I don't care if someone could stay in chat, but I'm gonna have to tell that to Dub next time he comes in as well. So Creedog knows.
I was like 30 seconds from clipping it and sending it to lower class, and then lower class killed the stream, and I was like, damn, I'm right here at it. I almost had it. Because I was about to record Dub saying it first, and I guess opening the conversation of how it, went haywire.
Yeah. I mean, I believe Corey. I believed you when you told me that. I didn't have an issue with that. It was just, someone did it earlier, and then when you guys started fighting, which I understand how that goes, man. Like you get heated and you say stuff, it goes back and forth, yada yada. But just to nip it in the bud from now on, man. Anyone breaks TOS, they're no longer allowed on panel.
But yeah, I was gonna say I don't know of anything else news related that happened today. I bet there's something news related.
Yeah. We can look that up. What's going on in the world today, guys? Okay. What's all the breaking news?
Oh, this was a couple days ago. I think the open panel just dropped a bit of information about the Malaysia investigation when they investigated that flight that went down.
Flight 368 or whatever.
Yeah. I think the panel just dropped something about that. It indicates something of Russia. So I haven't read it, but I just.
Oh yeah, dude! NDTV is just flat out saying it. Yeah, it's saying that Russia shot it down. Yeah. Wow, bro. Let's read this. And they're not the only ones. There's others. So we can look at a different one if you guys want to choose a different. What's going on, K2? Welcome in, brother. Glad to see you always. So yeah. So here we go. Let's go ahead and see how this is. All right. So Russia shot down flight MH17, ending 298 people, rules top Europe court. Europe's top human rights court found that Russia shot down Malaysia Airlines flight MH17, killing all 283 passengers and 15 crew members. Okay, that's where the discrepancy was. Judges at the European Court of Human Rights on Wednesday also delivered damning judgments against Russia in 3 other cases brought by Kiev and the Netherlands, accusing Moscow of atrocities in Ukraine dating back more than a decade. Yeah, 100%. They were like, dude, so they were back in like 2014 after the Maidan Revolution. They were dropping soldiers behind their borders. They were assassinating like high up figures. There was all sorts of stuff, like car bombing, like people who were really important to Ukraine back then. Like this, and they've been in active firefight engagements for like well over a decade now. So this is
I think they're also.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I think they're also killing journalists, like I guess foreign-born journalists.
Yeah, like this whole thing between Ukraine and Russia has been going on for a while, dude. Malaysia Airlines Boeing 777 from Amsterdam to Kuala Lumpur was shot down on July 17th, 2014. Wow, that was that long ago. Using a Russian-made Buk missile fired from territory in eastern Ukraine controlled by separatist rebels loyal to Moscow. I'm pretty sure that was right after the Maidan Revolution, because the Maidan Revolution was in February, if I'm not mistaken, of 2014.
I think you're
But yes, there were still like heavily Russian favored factions in East Ukraine for a long time. Reading the judgment in a courtroom in Strasbourg, the court's president, Marius Guyamar, said that the evidence suggests that the missile had been intentionally fired at flight MH17, most likely in the mistaken belief that it had been a military aircraft. The judges found that Russia's refusal to acknowledge its involvement in the flight MH17 disaster violated international law. It said that Moscow's failure to properly investigate the matter significantly aggravated the suffering of the relatives and the friends of the deceased. In May, the UN's aviation agency also found Russia responsible for the disaster.
Wait, when did that? What was that last part again?
In May, the UN's aviation agency also found Russia responsible for the disaster.
Okay.
So the court also found Russia guilty of a bunch of really heinous shit, destruction of civilian infrastructure, and kidnapping of Ukrainian children after Moscow's full-scale invasion of 2022. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean that's I'm not justifying it because it's terrible. This is why I'm anti-war, but that's war. Right? Yeah. When you put guns in the hands of a bunch of people and you send them into foreign territory, this is what they do to the people of that country. That's it. Right? Like that's war. That's what happens. Like people have this idea that it's like a propagandized idea that when, soldiers go into a different country, they're going in to defend the people or liberate them or whatever, and that's not what happens. Like the damage and the fallout from these things is sometimes worse than just the war itself, but it's part of it.
Yeah.
Like it's serious evil with this whole war business, man. Guyamar said Russian forces breached international humanitarian law in Ukraine by carrying out attacks that killed and wounded thousands of civilians and created fear and terror. The court also found human rights abuses went beyond any military objective, that Russia used sensual violence as part of a strategy to break Ukrainian morale. They used the SA as a weapon of war, as an act of extreme atrocity that amounted to torture. That's war. That happens in every war. Every war that involves somewhere like that isn't like in trenches out in the fucking forest, like in World War I, and it involves like being in a civilian area, that's what happens. This goes back throughout human history. Like nothing has changed here. This is not a new thing. I'm not justifying it. It's fucking terrible, right? But this is war. These countries in the UN, their people have done it too.
Yep.
So it's not, like I'm not running defense for Russia here. It's fucking terrible, and running up into Ukraine was a bad idea, and it was a bad thing to do, right? But this pearl clutching is it's just crazy to me. It's insane.
Yeah.
The 501-page judgment noted that Russia's refusal to participate in the proceedings was also a violation of the European Convention of Human Rights, the treaty that underpins the court. Russia and Ukraine's reaction. That's what? Was that like 2 or 3 sentences? Asked about the judgment before the rulings were read, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said, "We won't abide by that. We consider it void." While the Kremlin said it would ignore the largely symbolic judgment, Ukraine hailed it as historic and unprecedented, saying it was an undeniable victory for the embattled country.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's an interesting quote, because I mean, I wouldn't say it's a victory for them. I would just kind of say, well, Russia got caught being the bad guy again.
Well, so what they're saying, the thing was, is it was flying over Ukraine when it was shot down, right?
Yeah.
So what they're saying is, hey, we're vindicated. That was them.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah. So I understand where they're coming from.
It was
Russia blamed Ukraine.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
now I see the vindication.
So what's your current assessment of Russia on the political stage?
Me?
Yeah.
Putin's an old Russian mobster who was tied in with the KGB and utilized a lot of his like influence within that to get into. Oh man, sorry, there's an Amber Alert. Some little kid just got kidnapped. Anyway, yeah, Abe, based. Yeah, I don't know firsthand. I wasn't ever over there in it, but I know a lot of people that were in there. Putin is a KGB Russian mobster.
That's not me.
That's really like, at the end of the day, that's it. He's manipulated the system so he could maintain power for like over 20 years now. So I mean, you know, he's literally a dictator, right?
Okay. I generally agree.
Yeah.
How do you feel about our cozy, or at least Trump's cozy relationship with him?
I think it's better for us to have a decent relationship with him than for us to be at odds with him and on the precipice of war.
So, agreed. Having a decent, cordial relationship with him.
Yeah.
But does that mean, because on the political stage, Trump has vouched for them to return to the G7 or whatever the case may be?
Yeah. Well, Putin back in the day tried to join NATO, and they rejected him. So he could have been part of NATO this entire time. Now, granted, we don't know what could have come of that because, like, they're still doing their own spy operations and shit. So, our allies are fucking spying on us right now. So, I mean, he probably would have had intelligence going on in the United States regardless. But, I feel like at least having some form of an alliance with them back in the day would have been much better than where we're at right now, because us button heads with other nuclear superpowers in the world is not a good thing.
Not good. I agree, not good. But I don't know enough about the history. A lot about, I wish I do. That's my goal to understand more. But I would, at the present day, I do see them as an antagonist. So I'm just curious how that came about, and who's really at the source, who's really at fault.
Of what?
About deteriorated relationship, because right now, Russia and China's, if you listen to a threat report from our intelligence, those two are always like at the top, or in the top 3 on that list, top 5, whatever. So
yeah. I would say there's kind of been like, I like to take the place of there's genuinely no good guy when it comes to these kinds of things. Russia does their bad shit. We do our bad shit. Mm-hmm. NATO is not like washed clean of any accountability. There's been all of these like treaties written with Russia that NATO has broken over and over and over again. At the same time, Putin's broken his own. So I mean, it's been a very hostile relationship between NATO and Russia for quite a long time. The whole point of NATO was to hold back the growth of the USSR, and after they were essentially, dissolved, like there should have been, in my opinion, there should have been more of an effort. And I'm talking 30 years ago, right? I'm not talking like, I mean, it'd be nice recently too, whatever. But I'm saying like 30 years ago, there should have been a lot more diplomacy going on between like the West and Russia, because if we would have grown ties versus like breaking treaties and eventually having, and like, this is not a conspiracy theory either. There was an entire New York Times article written about this that details the history of it. But we had CIA operations in Ukraine for like 8 years before he stormed the border, right? Mm-hmm. And it was not just CIA intelligence on Russia, but it was also on China and Belarus. And then we also had like MI6, and the Netherlands were involved in it. So there was 3 NATO countries that were involved, potentially 4, because they were using a lot of German assets over there. So yeah. I'm looking at the time, bro. Yeah. No, so it's going to be 8 Eastern. That's when it starts. So for me, it's 6:22, but I am in Central Time, so it's going to start at 7 for me. So I'm gonna jump over there probably about like 6:50, about a half an hour. You know, we can all watch the debate, and I'll jump in and give my 2 cents. You know, I'm looking forward to it because thanks, Sevens. I do appreciate it though, bro. Thank you, man. Yeah. But I do think that Dusty and Teriak have a very it's going to be a good debate, right? I think so. I hope so. But I haven't seen both of them debate. I'm definitely interested in watching this and seeing it go down. So Ghosty is going to be the other judge. So me and her are going to be judging, giving kind of cross-examination to both the people on there, kind of going back and forth with both debaters on their views. And you know, I'm going to come at this from a very central standpoint. I'm going to break down arguments on both sides and see if they can answer them and strengthen their positions. And then at the very end, me and Ghosty are going to come to essentially a verdict on who won, right? So it's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be fun, man. You know?
One thing I always suggest, or when I watch people who moderate it, you know how someone will start on one topic and then it'll just go down a path and they forgot what they originally got on the road about.
Yeah.
And I like it when moderators are able to redirect people right to the original point, because sometimes the conversations do get sidetracked.
Yeah, so Hornet is going to be the moderator. Me and Ghosty are just the judges.
Oh, the judges. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we're just judging. So the way it's going to work is they're going to go up and they're going to, you know, they're both going to. Here, I can actually open up the format. So it's going to be 5 minutes of opening for each, a general discussion for about an hour and some change, and then 5 minutes for closing statements. And then me and Ghosty are going to come up and we're going to contest or question the debaters about their stance for 30 minutes. And I'm going to go at both of them because, you know, I know how both of them debate. So I'm going to be writing down like just bad arguments and things. And I'm going to really fucking press them on those. and then me and Ghosty are going to judge on who had the better arguments and can hold their stance and how well they did in the debate. Okay. So that's going to be where how this whole thing is going to go down.
Understood. Yeah.
I do agree with that, Calvin. Though I like a good debater that keeps it on the discussion and not necessarily let them just take it where they want it.
Mm-hmm. Because that's like a good defensive mechanism. Some people, they which you can to a degree allow someone to deviate or interject something, but sometimes to deflect and to not get away from the original point, which is not good.
No. Or if they're totally off topic, or like they start moving to a topic that doesn't necessarily reflect back on the particular debate.
Yeah.
Robert Whaley, that was funny, man. That was a good one. They're mad at Grok because it's impossible to get him on camera having sex with kids on a secluded island. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah,
all right, if you guys don't mind, please feel free to keep talking. I'm going to take Charlie out real quick.
You good?
Yes, it is. It is, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. So I'm gonna take him out real quick. It's just gonna be a quick little out and back in. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. And I'll talk to you guys in a minute.
Perfect.
Big Soda, hopefully you're good at babysitting.
Oh, I do all right. Any
So,
questions?
so I was hearing today, or learning today, or the word is today, that the Brennan. Did
Hmm.
you hear about the new potential investigation into Brennan and who was it? Who's the
Is
other
it
person?
Comey?
Comey, I think it
Is it
maybe
Comey and
Comey.
Brendan?
Yeah, that they trying to open up some type of investigation into both of them. Have you heard anything like that?
I still got to get into the details of that one. The Epstein's kind of taken up a lot of my time, but yeah, I mean, there was a couple things that I would say yes, and a couple of things I would probably say no, just based on what I say now or what I know now.
Yeah, they're saying that that conversation is being brought forward to appease the Trump supporters and things of that nature, and to divert away from the Einstein or lack of information that's flowing through from that end.
I agree with that. Like as of right now, like the stuff that I know right now, I agree with that.
Mm.
I I think, but I don't think from what I know right now of the case that I would think they would bring against them. I think to me the Epstein case would be bigger, and there's more evidence to argue that hey, you should be able to take down him before we start questioning on whether the FBI or people inside the FBI, I guess, did malfeasance.
Understood. Let me ask you this. Do you think MAGA will eventually get over this situation eventually?
Yes,
Okay.
and that's even if we don't get the answer I want, unfortunately. Because I will say people on the left did a lot better than I did at identifying the fact that there are cult elements inside of MAGA. Like I knew there were cult elements, but I didn't see them the same way that Democrats were talking, back in the day. Or I would even say not just Democrats, but just kind of more moderate people.
Mm. Okay.
Because I mean, the people that I thought seemed to have, I guess, more of a spine, and the way they just accepted the answer, it kind of made me realize, okay, so there are people who kind of go by the philosophy of, hey, we'll vote for the less evil, and the less evil's Trump. But then I see Trump step in the same problems that both Biden, Obama, and Bush did, and these same people would have called out those presidents, but they accept kind of Trump's mishandling of certain situations.
So, okay, did you see what Darth put in the chat?
I'm about to pull it up right now.
I can read it to you if you need.
Yep. I would argue MAGA's not going or MAGA the philosophy isn't going nowhere, but MAGA the movement, it will probably die out and become a bigger American first movement.
So that's how he said Trump isn't MAGA.
I agree and don't agree with that. I think the Make America Great Again can represent people that are outside of the Trump, I guess, umbrella.
Okay.
But I also think that MAGA is just a political campaign, or it's just kind of it's a catch-all word that you can say, hey, I support this particular side. I'm MAGA. I'm Make America Great Again. And so I think there's a lot of people who represent it that aren't really making America great again.
So what do you, after Trump's presidency, and that's a long ways off.
Yeah.
Do you see a successor? Do you see that his reign? Because right now he owns the party.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And,
I was just gonna say, to me, the Republican Party was so weak and generally ran on kind of this weird philosophy that it was easy for MAGA to take over and kind of become the new party. I do see a successor, but I think Trump has said that JD isn't his successor in an interview, But to me, JD represents probably more of what I support than what I support from Trump, if that makes sense.
So what if Trump has someone totally different that you like in 2028? Are you going to, I guess that's a long ways off. Do you see yourself standing behind Trump, or maybe breaking party and going with your pick, like JD or something like that?
If they break up, let's say Trump, I'll just give a random name, Lindsey Graham, because Trump's been hyping up Lindsey Graham. If Trump nominates Lindsey Graham, I'm gonna be like, no, that you're not. You to be honest, Trump's endorsement of Lindsey Graham alone has really destroyed what I perceive of Trump, and I'm only holding faith because I like RFK, I like Tulsi Gabbard, I like JD Vance, I kind of like Pete Hegseth, or however you say his name, but I'm losing faith in the fact that Trump's kind of the one running the show.
You're losing faith that he's the one running the show.
Yeah. I'm losing faith because he's the one running the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what is your feeling about Vivek?
I love Vivek. I'm a Vivekian.
Okay. I hear you. I hear a lot of people. I hear a lot of people who don't care for him that much. I find this, I guess, strange.
I'll kind of tell you why. I think a lot of Republicans have this fear because they've fallen into the trap that some Democrats want them to fall into. They want them to be anti-immigration, when in reality they should be opposed to illegal immigration. So you kind of seen this hype up when Elon Musk and Trump were supporting the H-1B visas and stuff like that, and you've seen the visceral kind of certain elements of the right push against that. To me, that's nonsense. I don't get into that. The moment Vivek did his first little campaign, and then I started watching his YouTube videos, he hasn't done much, so he can easily lose my support, but I would try and get him into office.
I fear Vivek in the future. Well, I used to, but after I listened to a lot of the MAGA who still sees him as a snake, and not trustworthy, I guess, I wonder about his political future. He's supposed to be running for like governor.
Ohio?
Yeah, I wonder what's going on with that race. I know he's supposed to be running with that for that. Why am I slippery, Scott? Calvin is slippery, almost like a snake. Why am I slippery? Can you tell me why? This is interesting. But yeah, Vivek reminds me a lot of, and this is interesting, he reminds me of Rob. They're very analytical thinkers. They're quick on their feet. They can, yeah.
I think that's fair. I think that's a fair representation.
Vivek is a very legal. He's good. Vivek is good.
I understand their hesitance. I understand the right's hesitancy with him. I think some of it's due to racial reasons. I think some of it's due to the fact that he's rich and he seems to have come out of nowhere. And I understand their hesitancy with people coming out of nowhere. But I would say Vivek, to me, represents more of a constitutional conservative, and that's kind of the camp that I find myself in. And so when he preaches, it seems like I'm like, yeah, this guy is. If this guy ran for president, I would vote for him. And it hurt me that kind of he got removed from the Doge stuff, because then when it became more of an Elon thing, I kind of questioned the constitutionality of it. That it'd be more of a tech-based type system set up more than it'd be about the Constitution.
It turned out to be, I guess, more of the Constitution, I guess.
Well, but I guess I knew Elon could be swayed in a lot of different ways because, in my opinion, I don't think Elon has strong uh, political foundation, and I knew that Vivek did. So I think Elon can be convinced to do things that are outside of the Constitution, and I think he could be convinced of a lot of different ideologies. I knew Vivek was more stronghold
Yeah,
in his belief.
Vivek is very stronghold in his belief.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, a lot of the stuff that they're implementing in Vivek was in favor of
Yep. Yep.
um, way before.
I was
So
gonna say he gave the idea. A lot of the stuff he gave the ideas.
exactly, it's like I'm getting actually they're following through with a lot of stuff because Vivek wanted to really disband the FBI
Yep.
and all that stuff. So he wanted to, get rid of them. He was definitely down for downsizing the government to the degree that it has been done. Well, probably even more. And he wanted to get rid of course, the DEI
Yep.
and affirmative action and the Department of Education, all things that he was vying for. So to
Yep.
see that stuff, of course, that was I think Project 2025 or whatever. So, are you, as it relates to the third party that Elon is proposing, what is your stance on that? How do you feel about that?
Um. So my biggest thing is I don't necessarily support it. I don't know if he's earned my trust quite yet to support it. I'm not opposed to it because I think anything that puts pressure on the people I support is a fantastic idea. Because I mean, I live in the state of South Carolina. I've had people like Lindsey Graham and Nikki Haley represent me, and I haven't been happy for a very long time. And so, what I would say is, if an American First person runs against Lindsey Graham, I mean, I'm going to vote for the American First guy. And I hope that puts pressure on people like Trump and people who, I guess, are not, that are supporting Republicans, not to just vote for R, but vote for ideals.
Okay, I was reading someone's quote.
Yeah, you good, you
Yeah,
good.
someone said there was a video of Vivek and Buttigieg debating. They were, if I remember correctly, in the same school. Yeah, that's interesting. They did have a video of
Mhm.
them back in their college days.
Yep.
That was that's interesting. Um, yeah, so Elon, I think he is. If he does follow through, I think whatever he does is potentially going to splinter the Republican vote. I don't see too many Democrats jump on the board. I don't even know if he's attracting independents at this point in time. I'm independent, so
I would argue he is, but I would say he's attracting a lot of libertarians, and he's probably attracting people who are fans of Elon that probably don't generally vote.
yeah.
But I will say, if the whole splintering of the party doesn't scare me, and the reason why it doesn't scare me is because if we're putting bad people into office, then I think the Republican Party needs to be split. I think if we don't earn people's vote and there are better candidates out there, then the Republican Party deserves it. It deserves to be split up. And it's probably more radical than a lot of people on the right would say, but I mean, it's probably, I would say, probably the same principle that Rob would have. It's kind of like sometimes when you're faced with two bad options and another option comes in, if that option's better, then both sides deserve to be split the way they are.
Yeah. Darth, you said he was polling high at one point in time. I think all the Trump DeSantis feud took some light away from him. Vivek, I think, would finally put the nail in his coffin. Of course, what was that? I can't remember what was the first. You remember they were waiting for the first vote to come in from, I don't know what state that was.
Was it
And
Illinois or
one of those,
Iowa?
either one of those, like New
Yeah.
Hampshire or something like that. And then Vivek was caught on camera telling one of the voters, "If you love Trump, vote for me." And then Trump was like, "Vivek, it's not,
Yeah.
not." I was like, it's nail in the coffin, man.
But it's silly because you're talking about the only one person who wasted time in his debate sticking up for Trump was Vivek. And it's
Yeah.
because he was principled. He felt like, hey, the things that I'm upset, I don't like Trump fully, or there's things that I would disagree with Trump, but it's kind of like when I see a mischaracter or like misjustice, I'm gonna stand on principle. And even if that helps Trump and hurts me, I'm still going to do it. Because it could have been easy for Vivek to go up there and do what all of them did, is shit talk Trump, downplay it, do this, that, and the third. But he didn't. And to me, that's quite interesting.
I
What's
think
up,
he
boys?
was.
What's up, Bob?
There was a. I don't think Vivek was very principled. I think he was very strategic in his gameplay because he was trying to be the. Is it the term fall guy when you're gonna, if Trump was a fall, he would step in the rings and take his place or whatever, stand in the gap for MAGA. Is that that's a fall guy?
Yeah, I mean, no, Trump would have been the fall guy because Trump would be the one going down, and then Vivek would be the one to be the guy to rise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think he was just standing in the gap because he really didn't think Trump was going to make it through. Because remember, Trump had all these legal stuff, and he got through. He was like a track runner. He jumped over all those hurdles and made it to the finish line. So,
but to be fair, from the stuff that I know, I don't think Trump would have ever fall for any of these crimes. I think all these crimes would have eventually gone to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court would have ruled, hey, there's certain things presidents are allowed to do, and if it's in the line of duty, you can't really go after them. And the only case that really had the grounds to keep Trump from running office would have been the Jack Smith case, and most of the Jack Smith evidence was obtained during Trump's presidency.
So two cases that really I think was very threatening to him, which was the classified documents, and then of course the January 6th proceedings investigation.
If I'm not mistaken, the classified documents also had evidence in which they used in trial that was pertaining to Trump's presidency, and which probably would have been thrown out by the Supreme Court as well.
Why do you think it would have been thrown out?
Because when a particular case is trying to arrest, the particular case was trying to arrest Donald Trump, if they use evidence of when he's president, then Donald Trump can make the same argument in the Supreme Court saying, hey, this happened under my presidency. I was, under, I forget the particular name of the statute, but I'm protected under law if I'm operating inside of my presidential duty. And so the Supreme Court probably would have been like, yeah, we agree with that case, because it based off what they said during the last case with Jack Smith.
I got 5 more minutes and I have to bounce.
You good?
But the classified document had to do with his actions taken after he was president.
Well, no, because I think when he takes those documents home, he's still president. We're still waiting for the other president to be sworn in.
But his actions when he's keeping them, or when they're asking for it back, he's not at that point in time president.
Well, no, because we already have president showing that. Well, no, that's not always the case, because you have unfair standards between people like Joe Biden, a senator, when he had classified information, and we also have we also have examples showing that all presidents keep information. So the question is, at what point did he violate, I guess, that statute? Or at what point is he required to give it back in a timely manner? He's not. He has to return it, but there's no statute just saying you have to return it in this, periodic time. I'm not saying keep on to it forever, but what I'm saying is until the next president is sworn in, he is the president. If they're asking for the information back, then that has to be handled lawyer to lawyer.
Okay. So yeah, lawyer to lawyer or some other intermediary to
Yeah.
handle it. But okay, so you seem to give him a long grace period, like, because I think when they finally raided him, it was like probably 2 years after he was president. I can't remember the date because I'm trying to think about when they went to trial. And of course, they couldn't go through trial because they waited too late. So I'm only giving it like 2 years because when they tried to prosecute everything. But 2 years is enough time for someone to return documents, right?
Yes, but we also have evidence that the FBI is the one who locked up this said classified information inside a storeroom inside the Trump administration, inside
Wait a minute.
Mar-a-Lago.
Oh no, come
Yeah.
on now, bake soda.
I can show you documented cases where we have both the FBI who was there, who put the lock on the storeroom in Mar-a-Lago, and then the FBI.
Wait. Okay, so you're saying, wait a minute, the FBI locked the classified documents in Trump's?
No, what I'm saying is, so Trump's lawyers had already meeting with the FBI, and they shown them where the classified documents were. They secured the room. This would be a locked facility until they came and got the documents. Then what ended up happening is probably a month and a half later, they ended up raiding his Mar-a-Lago.
Okay, so I didn't read it. I listened to it. If you Google online that transcript classified document read along, someone went through the PDF, and all you have to do is like listen for an hour and listen to what it has to say or whatever. But based on what is in the indictment, they're saying that the lawyers were supposed to gather the information. Trump deliberately didn't turn over all of the information, only some of them. So when you're saying that,
So he cooperated, and then they found out there was more information they needed, and so then what happened? They raided him, correct?
yeah,
Yeah. So you're not really proving anything other than the fact that, oh well, when they needed more information and they found out he still had more information, then they ended up raiding him. But he did give up the information that they requested the first time, showing that he was willing.
no, big soda, because he purposely hid some of the information. He even in the indictment they're saying that Trump asked the lawyer, "Do I have to turn over certain stuff like that?" So it was.
And then what did his lawyer say?
The lawyers, I'm trying to remember their exact response to that situation. I think their response was, no, you have to turn it over. We can't do that, whatever the case may be.
And this was listed in the allegation, correct? The indictment.
Mhm.
Yes. And you see the conundrum. It's an allegation. This is what they're alleging.
Okay, there's an allegation, but also you got to remember that the information that they're collecting is because they can only know certain stuff by speaking to the lawyers. So they talk to the lawyers. So this is going to be information that the lawyers who they spoke to would have to corroborate, because they're only saying certain stuff happened because they took witness statement from the lawyer.
Well, and then I would ask you,
Mhm.
What was the name of the lawyer?
These are Trump lawyers.
That's what I'm saying. But what was the name of the lawyer that divulged that information to the FBI?
I think it's listed as in the report, lawyer 1, lawyer 2, lawyer 3. Lower class, you got like what, the countdown, right?
Yeah, I was going to say it is 7:50 now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I actually, while you guys were talking, I went over into their Discord for a second, and I'm going to jump over there in 4 minutes.
Okay, I am going to step away because I have a little bit. Mr. Big Soda, I'd like to finish this discussion with you.
I would love to.
I'm very passionate about that, Eric.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I believe he behaved badly when it came to document. Well, all of them did. Hillary did. I think the only one that kind of did the least amount of damage was Pence. But Biden, Hillary, and Trump, they don't need to have classified documents ever again, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm inclined to agree with you. Once Trump gets out of office, I hope he never has anything to do with our political system again.
I generally agree with that too.
Yeah. So I can agree with you. We could leave on that, bro. It was always. I mean, hey, Calvin, it's always good talking to you. It seems like every time, like both times I've had you on, we start really contentiously, and then we end up agreeing on a bunch of shit towards the end. So
Hey,
you're
Calvin,
always welcome on, man. I like talking to you. You know.
Hey, Calvin, maybe me and lower class will talk and we'll kind of set up like not necessarily a debate, but we can set up like a long form conversation
About that subject.
That subject, any other subject after that, I'm fine with anything.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. I want to say something else because when you were reading that stuff about that, the classified document and that person who was given away with it, I think my next president would definitely do a overhaul of handling of classified document. I'm look at a library, you check out a book, your name was written down so they know who took out this specific specific book, and you have to return it and your name is attached to it. I don't understand why we don't have that type of system, and people can have classified documents sitting up in their house, sitting up in their room, sitting up in their car for years and years, and nobody knows that it's lingering out there. That seems like there needs to be some type of reform when it comes to that department. So that's something that my next president will look into.
Well, I'll finish it off with. I was gonna say I'll finish it with this. I would make the argument that we need to have less classified information, and I think the overclassification has become a real problem in America.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep. I've watched journalists spend 20 years in prison for it.
Well,
we'll have a conversation.
Yeah, we'll have the conversation.
Yeah.
Scott, I'm not biased. I promise you, I'm not biased. Well, I am to a degree. At least I know.
Thank you for your honesty, Calvin.
I know where I'm biased at. At least I know where I'm biased at. I know when. I'll tell you exactly where I'm biased at. The Ryan or someone who's like on the dim or Destiny, they can say something that's contradictory. I'll never call them. I'll probably sit there and say, you're wrong, right? Yeah. But if it's like you or someone on the right or Rob or whatever, I'm more vocal in that sense. So I have to hold myself hypocritical from that regards. And then also, because these people are fighting against Trump, and I consider Trump to be number one top dog, whatever. So if anyone's on that team that's fighting against him, I generally am less likely to call them out, and that's where a lot of my bias comes from. But
that's fair.
And everyone has that, bro.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's okay to be biased. It's just having an understanding on having it. I think that's the big thing.
I agree with that.
Scott's gonna hold me to it. All right, guys, I got 5 minutes, and I got it. Well, I'm sorry, I got 5 minutes to be somewhere. Thank you.
Thanks, Calvin. Hey, man, it was good talking to you. Have a great night, all right?
All right, you too. Take care.
Peace, man.
Peace, brother.
All right. So I got Discord up here. We're about to watch this debate. I'm going to be muted on this side of things.
You good?
Or I'm going to be muted on that side of things. But I'm going to be jumping back and forth. We can all sit in here and watch this debate, and I'll be talking with y'all while this is going on. I'm not going to have any reason to jump into the middle of the debate. I'm just going to be taking notes the entire time and then grilling them once I jump up there. So, oh, sorry, Bubba. I didn't mean to scare you, buddy. I'm sorry, Bears. I'm sorry. All right.
Yeah.
All right, what's going on, guys?
Just waiting on everyone to show up.
Nice.
Yeah, so in live class, you don't have to be in Discord or anything while it's happening, bro. Just chill out on your stream and then pop over into the stream waiting channel when you're ready to.
Yeah, I'll move you over to the stream waiting room, and then there you can talk with Ghosty. And deliberate whatever you guys are going to be deliberating.
Yeah. Because it's going to be me and her kind of coming to a consensus, right? Or is it that me and her are each going to have an independent vote, and then someone else is going to be a tiebreaker if it's on separate sides?
Independent vote, and if there's a tiebreaker, one of the mods, I've already signed Sean, that's here, is going to be the tiebreaker.
Cool. All right. Yeah, perfect, man. Sounds good.
What up, Terry? How's it going?
How's it going, boys?
Good luck, bro.
Howdy, howdy.
Thank you. Just waiting for everyone to get in here.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, like that's what I was saying in my chat. Like, I'm wondering what way Flo's going to go with this because Flo's got like a lot of tricks to sleeve. So it's going to be interesting to see this at least.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I definitely agree.
Yeah, I can't see him agreeing to it unless he's got a different angle.
But it's definitely going to be a good one. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. What's up, Dusty? Welcome in, dude.
Mic check.
All good.
You don't need to. Well, you don't need to wait for Ghosty. She's just a judge, bro. She can roll in late.
That is true.
Yeah, Scott, you guys can watch from my stream if you want. I'm not going to end the stream. I'm going to be spending most of the time in the back watching this from the back, and I'll be in there with Ghosty. But I'm going to be watching this from the back with Ghosty and just talking to her and talking to y'all the entire time. So.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I mean, hey guys,
I think I explained the rules for the judges in the format thing that I sent you.
Yeah.
So you have 3 interjection points at any time you come in. Just make it quick. Don't linger on a sentence too long. But yeah, just jump in whenever you feel like it's necessary and you use up one of those points. Otherwise, they'll just keep talking. And once a judge uses an introduction point, the judge gets to ask their question. Everyone shuts up for a second, and then you guys answer, and then we'll just move on.
Okay. Is that more just like for points of clarification or something?
Huh?
Is that
points of clarification, or you think they've moved off topic, or you want to move them in a specific direction? You can do that as long as you do it efficiently, quick. Try and do it in 1 sentence or 2.
Got it.
Or if you want to offer Teriyaki some aloe vera for his burns.
Move everyone to stream waiting. So we're not streaming the general at the moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna move us into lead Flo and Teriyaki into the streaming room, and then lower class will move you into the stream waiting room.
all right? Sounds good to me. By the way, guys, I'm going to go ahead and plug Hornet's channel real quick. One more time. This is Avoided Hornet's channel. He's the one that's hosting the debate in Discord right now. Please give him a sub. Subs are free. He's good, folks. Where's the stream? Nice, Darth Matt. Thanks, brother. Legend. Salute, bro. All right. Let's see.
Yeah, brother. I'm at work, but my mic's shit.
What's going on, Rude? Oh.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, just go to his YouTube channel to watch it from there, bro. Because he's just doing the panel in the Discord. So yeah.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So how do I interject or whatever?
No, you can't interject. interject during debate.
Oh, so it's not like I step in during the debate?
Yeah, you don't even have to be in the Discord bro until after, like, once the debate's over, so it's like the 5-minute opening, hour debate, and 5-minute closing, and then the judges go into the streaming room.
Got it. Okay, cool. All right, sweet. Yeah.
But you don't even have to be in here. If you see Ghost, you jump in here and you want to talk to her or something, talk about some shit.
All right.
We'll just hang out in here and wait for her or whatever, but yeah, just hang out with your panel on your stream and watch the stream on his channel.
Sounds good, brother.
Sweet, yeah.
All right, bro. Cheers. All right, so we're watching on YouTube.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's Teriak. I don't want to watch Teriak. Not that I don't want to watch Teriak, but I want to watch this on Hornet. Let me get this up for y'all real quick.
So are they doing it through Discord instead of Streamlabs?
No. So he said they were going to be doing it through Discord, but I think he meant like the judge aspect is going to be through Discord, and they're doing a panel on YouTube. Yeah, Hornet has a really cool channel, guys. I definitely recommend giving him a shout or giving him a sub. He does some really good debates on there. They also have like kind of a shit talking show that they do over there as well. So really good content. Avoided Hornet. I linked his channel in the chat. Please check him out. Give him a sub. He's good folks, man. Okay, they do Discord to YouTube. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, Rude. Yeah. I like Hornet. You know, I'll be honest, Rude. After talking to Calvin today, I kind of like him too, man. It seems like every time he comes on stream, me and him get real contentious and debate about stuff. But then towards the end, like he actually does have a somewhat like reasonable head on his shoulders with some things.
All right, guys.
Say
hello to the crowd.
But he's still a good
What's
guy.
Hello, crowd.
Yeah, obviously these are our two debaters. We got Teriak at the top screen. No, Teriak. If you want to do a quick intro.
Yeah, what's the crack? First of all, hail Prometheus. Second of all, I'm Teriak, the Irish Leprechaun. You can find me on YouTube. Kick, we just started a Kick account as well. We got Twitch. We got it all here. You know what I'm saying? I do philosophy. I do theology. I do debates. I do jokes. I do memes. I'm even on X as well. I actually got banned from X
They're
for
both
I think
entertaining.
it was 12 hours yesterday because I made an Irish car bomb joke. But yeah, that's basically my life. That describes my life.
All right, and we got Flow State, also known as the Powder Dusty.
Yeah, Flow State of the Powder Dusty. The Powder Dusty is the channel I use primarily now. You may have been banned from X, but I'm banned from eBay for life. So stop that. Yeah, that's all I got. Find me on YouTube. Although I also stream to Rumble. I also have an X and a little Discord. But really, just find me on YouTube. Follow the Powder Dusty. And enjoy yourself. It's your mom's favorite show.
A base. Let's go. All right. So today we are obviously discussing, are illegal immigrants a net positive? Flo, I believe you are taking the affirmative, and Teriak, you're going to be arguing against it. So, Flo, I'm going to give you the floor for the opening statement, and then Teriak will proceed. Give about 5 minutes.
I won't need that much, but so the crux of this is that, and of course the topic is a very broad statement, and not all illegal immigrants are going to be a positive. But on the whole, illegal immigration provides to the U.S. a massive supply of cheaper untaxed labor by evading taxes and harboring basically economies of scale, because illegal immigrants typically live in tighter living situations. They use fewer resources, right? You don't see a lot of illegals living in a 3-bedroom house and having a vehicle for every adult. This is a cheaper input into our economy, right? So if you look at every product or service as the sum of its inputs, labor is an input, and a cheaper labor input, both
Untaxed
from
is a wild
comparative wealth between the countries, as well as from the fact that it is untaxed. That's a cost savings that ripples through all of the economy, really, and affects everybody in a way that we take for granted and don't recognize. I worked in concrete for several years, and I can tell you that there is a ton of infrastructure underneath the ground that carries away when you flush your toilet, when it rains, all that infrastructure. Just as an example, if we had to pay American workers American wages with American employment taxes, that would be a massive increase in cost to all of our bills that we would see no additional benefit from. But that is the primary benefit that I think that they serve the country. But in addition to that, I think that most people who are opposed to illegal immigration right now, especially the more vocal ones, their opposition culturally, it's the conservative right-leaning people. These are the same people who are complaining about a lack of God, a lack of family values, and to that end, the Hispanic immigrants in particular are very conservative. They're traditional. They're family oriented. A lot of them are Catholic. That should be a benefit. I mean, you would think that they would be welcoming that cultural influence that promotes family values. A little bit of machismo, right? There's still got gender roles in Hispanic culture. And final thing is that it's not so much an argument for illegal immigration as an argument against overreaching enforcement tactics like alligator Alcatraz. For instance, these things it's a very slippery slope, and it doesn't take a genius to see how one day it's just illegal immigrants, the next day it's who knows, whoever, right? That's the nature of giving government power, is that they will then use it to the max and seek more. So that sums up my intro.
All right, Teriak. What'd you got?
Yeah, were you going to say something?
Yeah, no. Give us your 5-minute introduction to this topic.
Yeah, so everybody can rewind my stream. I literally called exactly what Flo's arguments are going to be. So like I said, in terms of this whole thing of like, yeah, but like if we get them in, these illegal immigrants, like we can like pay them dirt wages and they'll accept it, is basically the same kind of argument that the slave traders made, where it's like, well, without the slaves, who's going to pick our crops? Without the immigrants, who's going to pick our crops? You know what I mean? It's the same fundamental argument that Flo's kind of like outlining here. This whole respect that it's like, if we actually had common visas for these people, would we not be better off, taking on the state mission of the likes of the UN and make sure that these people aren't in war-torn areas? Is that not a better way? Because if we're just allowing these people in, we're fixing the issue. We're not fixing the issue. We're essentially standing there with a bucket, throwing water off the side of a ship. Meanwhile, we could actually just fix the fucking hole in the ship. You know what I mean? So this whole concept of like, we just allow it in terms of the illegal immigration, like you're fundamentally underlying the whole premise of immigration, the actual formal process. Why is it a good idea to have immigration policies? Purely because you need to be able to understand. You need to know who exactly is coming into your country, because these could be people with nefarious, like we were talking about, like splinter cells or sleeper cells or whatever the fuck, with this whole like Iran conflict. But I mean, it's the same premise here. You don't know who the fuck's in the country. You don't know what's going on. And this whole kind of like notion as well, because this diverges then into the culture thing. Because, for example, if we fix the immigration policies so that flows cheap labor from Mexico could get an easy, let's say, work visa, and it was a lot easier for streamlined because they're able to prove stuff in terms of they're able to work in tandem with their neighbors, with the Mexican government, and facilitate that. I'm all for that. I'm not anti-immigration. I'm anti-illegal immigration, because there's a reason why you need to make sure you understand who's coming into your country. Look at London, look at Europe, look at Paris. Like this whole notion that, yeah, we can look at the bottom line, and yeah, technically, you know, if we do all the taxes out and all this kind of shit and all the grants and all the way the complex blob works per se, that is the capital city, the whole kind of notion here is that it's like, okay, if it's just bottom line, then what happens when you start inviting in a culture where it's perfectly acceptable to have child marriage? What then? And like Flo can paint the picture off in terms of like the Mexican, like that's the main thing. But we all know that in terms of global influx, it's not just Europe that's sorry, it's not just America that this is impacting. This is also Europe as well, in terms of like the North African region. But it's coming in terms of your border as well. All you have to do is just get a flight to Mexico, and then what? Then they're in your country. If we're to all like lackadaisical, say we don't even need immigration policies, like we'll just allow illegal immigration. You need to make sure it's tracked for everyone's safety. You know what I mean? And this is not, and Flo does bring up a good point in terms of his final point in terms of government overreach. And I'm all for that as well. Like I'm not particularly a fan where like basically the SWAT boys show up and then boom, he's in the back of the van and you just don't know where the fuck he's gone. You know what I mean? But in terms of the dynamic that we see here, there needs to be some sort of correction to what's going on, because at the moment, like with all this mix of the cultures, you could look at, for example, Hamtramck in Michigan, the perfect example, where a lot of the LGBTQ people were unhappy that the local council was all Christians and they had all these Christian ethics and all that silly nonsense. So they started with the Muslims because that was a growing population, and to the point now where not only did they get the majority of the council, they got the full council, and now they've outlawed all pride flags in Hamtramck, Michigan. So they don't even get the extra shit they wanted, that they thought the Christian was oppressed them by. They get actually more oppressed. The pride flags no longer being able to flown. And then you have also animal sacrifice was legislated as well for religious purposes. So if you have any religious events and you need to sacrifice an animal, Hamtramck is your place to go. I mean, but that's what I'm saying. Fundamentally, like I said, in terms of two out of three of Flo's arguments, you could say that like fundamentally he's beat. In terms of the government overreach, yeah, we need to be cautious about that. But at what situation or where are we drawing the line in terms of being able to correct the problem? And with that, I end my opening statement.
All right. We can jump into the general discussion. A lot was said between both of you. I think a good starting point would probably be the cost-benefit analysis of like having these people in here would probably be a good starting point for both of you.
Well, there's not really a lot of cost-benefit analysis to be done. It's as simple as you have cheaper inputs, you have cheaper outputs, you have more people in an economy, you have more activity in the economy. So illegal immigrants both are cheaper inputs as well as additional consumers and spenders. Sending money abroad, a lot of people complain about that. They just get the money and send it back home. We're the central reserve currency globally. We want people abroad to use our money. It's essential. That's why we do so much foreign aid, for instance. So that's no issue there. And as far as their activity in the economy, all it does is spur it and increase the velocity of the dollar.
The point here, and this is why I say it's so important to understand what your opponent's arguments are, because it's almost like getting a cheat code. Because I can concede, it's like, yeah, like it's more profitable to have illegal immigrants, particularly with Mexico and all this kind of shit. I can concede that.
You concede at that point to me.
But no. What I'm saying is in terms of like the bottom dollar, yes. But then you'd also say, well, using that argument, you'd be pro-slavery, correct?
No, not at all. There's a massive difference here. I'm glad that's what I'm going to.
If it comes down to the number, if that's the paramount thing.
No, because the difference is respecting.
Because like what I'm saying is, in terms of the economy, you've kind of outlined. Yeah, but you've outlined the economy. They said, well, not all cultures are bad.
In a voluntary transaction. Slaves didn't engage in a voluntary transaction. So it's not. So bottom line is not the only concern, but it is a concern.
Yeah, that's my main point. That's all I'm saying, Flo, is that there's more. There's more variables to this thing. And then in terms of your second point, in terms of the culture.
Hold on. Let's not move off. You said that it's like slavery, and I want to just clarify, make it extremely clear that it's way different from slavery. There's nothing even remotely close to slavery. In slavery, you had people who were stolen and then forced to work. Here, you have people who are not just voluntarily engaging, but taking significant risk to themselves in order to engage in a voluntary transaction. These are worlds apart.
Let's say, let me give you an example, right? I sneak you over the border. You're my little hombre, and we go over the border.
Hey, puppy.
Right? Yeah, exactly. And basically, like you're going to work or do some construction for me, all this kind of shit. He's now an illegal immigrant, all that kind of shit, right? And let's say we're working for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden I want to get a better deal out of you. So I say, listen, you either give me the better deal, or I'm talking to the deportation office. I got ice on speed dial.
That would never happen.
Is this how human trafficking works?
You're the one importing illegal labor for your business.
Yeah.
So why would you jeopardize yourself? Right? That's like a drug dealer saying to the customer, pay me more, or else I'm going to turn you in for doing drugs. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, a lot of these people, like what I'm saying is, from the actual illegal immigrants' perspective, there's a lot of dangers when there's illegal immigration going on, because that could be held over their head. Yeah.
Legal immigrants do have additional risks that legal immigrants don't have.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it's more dangerous. It's more dangerous for someone to do illegal.
That's not even remotely close to being slavery, though. It's just an additional concern for them.
I'm not saying it is slavery. I'm just saying simply
and they choose to engage.
What I'm saying to your first point. But what I'm saying to your first point is that it's more. There's more variables in this equation than just financial. Correct. Yeah,
and one of them is from the labor side, and that perspective is individual autonomy. These are people who are choosing to take additional risks to be here, to work these jobs. So they've done a risk assessment and decided that they're willing to accept the burden or the risk.
Yeah, but moving forward, would it not be a better scenario for those people to have work visas, make it easier to facilitate for those people to exactly?
I mean, I can say from where I'm sitting, I can say sure. Obviously, they've done an assessment which deems it not worth the wait. I can't say that I'm in a better position to know than they are if what's in their best interest, but absolutely, a citizen has rights that a non-citizen does not.
Yeah, and like I said, in terms of like that threat of like just getting deported, your whole life being uprooted and all this kind of shit, you don't have that with legal, unless you break the law or some shit like that as well. So like I said, in terms of like the economics and in terms of like net positive, it's just a way better system if we have if they come in legally. It's just a question of fixing.
Legal is preferable to illegal, sure. Particularly for the immigrant. Now that said, from a financial perspective, legal is not preferable to illegal for us as far as the cheaper input to the economy. Because the cost savings is because these people are illegal and they are not paying the same taxes, right? They are willing to work for cheaper because of their situation. So their loss, and economics is not a zero-sum game at all, but in this specific regard, their loss does contribute to our gain in the overall economy because they're a cheaper input. If they became the same expense input, then there would be no, we wouldn't get free lettuce on our tacos, for instance.
Yeah, but what I'm pointing to is like I'm basically doing the polar opposite of each one of your arguments. I'm showing it the counter position. So when you're saying the economics and the bottom dollar, all this kind of shit, basically what you're saying is like you're fine with like exploiting people as long as it's a profitable situation. Because like fundamentally from the individual's perspective, from the worker's perspective, he would much rather a very easy, straightforward process. He's never committed any crimes in Mexico. He has no ill will against the American people or the government, all this kind of shit. He just wants to get some labor, all this kind of shit. We make that boom, boom, boom. He can even go there, start working, and within a week he's fully legal.
What I'm saying is that these people have made their own decisions. I'm not exploiting them. I'm not coercing them or influencing them to do anything. They're doing it all of them themselves. I just happen to benefit from the runoff of their decisions independent of me. I have no impact in the decision.
File boss, that's
yeah, but what I'm saying is it would be better for it to be a legal process for the individual, right? In terms of like benefit, cost benefit analysis.
Better
for the individual is
better. Better for
and then
the
when you look at the
citizen,
culture, when you look at your second,
better for the employer.
When you look at your second argument in terms of the culture, that's when you can look to society and say this is a net negative to society. We can look at London, we can look at Paris, we can look at all these European cities that have tested this shit already, trying to basically use immigrants as cheap labor, also as cheap and easy votes. Like that whole kind of perspective here is like can't go just like by the wayside. You know what I mean? So like in terms of both your arguments can be used as
there's a
polar opposites.
significant difference between the type of immigrants you have coming in and the type of immigrants we have coming in, primarily. Hispanic culture and Iranian culture, or wherever you've got Middle Eastern culture, are not the same.
Yeah, so so you're saying like because it's only 10% of, let's say, Pakistani Muslims coming in, it's not that big of a danger.
Correct.
That is okay.
I'm saying that the risk is proportional. We're a much bigger country with and our neighboring countries to us have a lot more culturally in common with us than Pakistani men make up less than 3% of the British population, yet they're responsible for over 60% of the grape.
I mean, boss, you can say what you want. I just, you know,
if I gave you a glass of water,
don't break
if
TOS.
I gave you a glass of water and only 10% of it was poison, would you drink it?
No, that's not a good comparison. Because what you're saying here is that you've got people coming in who are doing illegal things, and they're not being intervened with. Correct? Aren't the cops not intervening with the Browns?
Yeah, because again, you went and you unchecked migration. You basically like reduced the enforcement down to where it's like, yeah, we technically have a policy, but it's not being enforced. So you can just come in.
There's no reason that not enforcing rape laws has to correspond with not pursuing illegal immigrants, right?
The initial people that come over. And again, you can look at, like, we just look at what they chant, Flo. Death to America, death to the West. Like they come in, the initial people they come in, they're all like quote unquote well respected.
Because somebody
they
somewhere
open
in
up
the
the
world
borders for everyone else to come in.
Because somebody somewhere in the world is chanting death to America, we need to go full lockdown, police state, Big Brother, bring in all. We need to know everybody all the time, because that is what you're suggesting. Where
we got to the final argument. So bear in mind, just for the audience in chat, Flo was basically now conceded both his first and second argument. And now he's going to the enforcement.
I haven't conceded either of them.
Yes, you are. Because you're running away. You conceded, sir.
You conceded the
no,
first
sir.
one.
You conceded, sir.
Is illegal immigrant better for the economy?
Yeah, we're all good, dude. We're all good. No sweat.
I can grant that, but that's one data point. That you, as Jordan Peterson would say, you never do a univariate analysis. You need to have. There's multiple components here, and like I said, when you look at it from the perspective, when you look at
immigrants to the U.S. largely Hispanic and conservative.
Flo is getting kind of fucking wrecked.
But when you look at the perspective of the individual and as society at large, in the situation of the immigrant, he's getting screwed on both his wages, and then he has this shit that can be held over his head because he's technically illegal and he can be prosecuted, all this kind of shit. His whole life can be uprooted. You have that over his head. These are two clear negative situations for the individual in this situation, and for society's situation. We can just look at London. We can look at England. We can look at France. We can look at all of Europe. And these are tiny percent of the populations that have a massive impact in terms of crime statistics.
We are talking about two different hemispheres entirely. Our immigration situation and your immigration situation have different profiles.
No, you don't understand. Like I said, in terms of if 10% of it is poison, 10% of it coming in is poison, it is still poison.
There are poison people everywhere on Earth. There's poison people who are born here. There's poison people who will immigrate here from Mexico. There's poison people who immigrate here from Pakistan. What we have to do is we have to address the poison.
See, but that's a non-starter, though.
Toxicity is noticed. That's what you're not doing.
Yes, Amtrak, Michigan. They have a all-Muslim council.
Okay. And I don't know about this city, so I'm ignorant. I'm not asking baiting questions. What is the issue that's been created there?
Because you can look at this as a microcosm in terms of like what's going on in Amtrak, Michigan, and like I said, you can pull up the Wikipedia article, and I think it's a section of like time that says like
using this as an example of something where it's done all wrong.
I'll coach to it. What I'm saying is, like, you can go here, like everyone in the audience as well. You can go here to make sure I'm not bullshitting all this kind of shit, because I don't know if I can pull shit up. But when you look at the timeline, like it's literally gone from like as soon as they went to all Muslim, they've outlawed pride flags and they've gone to animal sacrifice. This is the initial stages. Yeah, this is the initial stages of how they start legislating and getting into Sharia law. This is how it went
Do you believe in
fast.
self-governance? Do you believe people should govern themselves?
Yes.
So if there is a large Muslim population that is governed by locally by Muslim leaders, I don't see the issue with that. That's actually insane. That's actually very American. Now, outlawing pride flags, I won't miss them, but I don't know that I'm a huge fan of that. The animal sacrifice thing, that sounds creepy, but I'm kind of I kind of think that it's already legal, probably in a lot of places. We just don't know about it because we don't sacrifice animals. My point would be that you've got.
Yeah. At what point
you have there are several threats to consider when in the situation. One is from, like you said, outside influences coming in to relax immigration policy. But another one is government overreach and the big brother police state.
Yes.
So you've got to balance
the final stage.
And I can say that here in America, as long as I've lived here, which is 38 years, government overreach and police state is a much bigger threat than Paco coming over or Muhammad.
Yeah, but you've had a police state for 70 years.
70?
Yes.
Is that what you said, 70?
Yes.
Okay. I would like,
somewhere
even if
around
I can see that's the case, I would still like to see that situation pulled back, not expanded.
100%. But what I'm saying is like this whole situation where it's like technically in a police state, it's like if the FBI wanted to raid you and snatch you up, like they can do that regardless of any of the laws.
And I don't prefer to expand those powers.
Yes, and I'm 100% with you, brother, in terms of like rights and self-defense, all this kind of shit. America, like I said, in terms of the original vision and goal for America, I believe in that dream. You know what I mean? 100%. I mean, that's why I'm on all these American podcasts. This leprechaun, why is he on this? Do you know what I mean? But in terms of like when we're talking about illegal immigration, the likes of communism in terms of less so, but the communism is coming from within. But the outside source is Islam here. And when you let that unfettered, unchecked, that's dangerous shit that you're doing.
And I don't think that we should concede our First Amendment freedoms of religion,
Democrats
for instance,
are
to
like the
to
leftists
a Muslim
are the ones who
immigrant population.
welcome them
I don't
in with
think we
open
should
arms.
do that. Now, I don't think there's any good reason to think that we have done that or will do that. Again, is it possible? Is it conceivable? Yes, there's all sorts of conceivable threats.
Schizophrenic.
But the one in which we live under Sharia law in the U.S. is not nearly as likely to become a reality as the one under which we're living in a surveillance police state, which we kind of already are. And that motion needs to be stopped more than the motion of Islam.
What's the best way to phrase this? In terms of, like I said, like I gave the glass of water with the 10%, if it's still poison, it's coming in. Like the whole position here is you're saying it's a net positive. But like I said, when you look at this situation where illegal immigration has been like, there's no one guarding the coast of England.
Something can only be a positive or a negative if it's measured against something, right? And so, is it a net positive compared to a perfect utopia in which everybody's here legally, everybody supports, does their part, the government is actually benevolent and loves the people like it says it does? No, it's not a net positive compared to heaven, but it is a net positive compared to the alternative reality we're dealing with, which is alligator Alcatraz, ICE hitting schools, more police overreach. And I can tell you, again, as somebody who's lived here 38 years, I've had much more harm done to me personally by a police state than I have by any illegal immigrant.
All right, if you're going to like a massive club, think of like the biggest club you've ever been to, or even the biggest club that ever exists on planet Earth at the moment, like some major, like, you know, where they're going discoing for the night, essentially. You know what I mean? Would you want security guards there?
Sure.
That's the same principle.
Would I? Yes, I understand. See, the reason that you keep
there needs to be some sort of authority.
The reason you keep using analogies is because you need to deviate. You need
to demonstrate how fucked up the logic is.
You need to have a derivative.
I've done it for the first two arguments so far, and now I'm doing it for the third.
Because in our actual reality, obviously, the police state is a way bigger threat to the U.S. citizen than an immigrant is. So you're making derivative examples like a club with security. No, I'm not saying we should have no borders. We should have no border laws. I am saying though that what we should not have is what we're having now. We should not have.
No, but what you're saying is illegal immigration. Like when you say illegal immigration is a net positive, what you're saying de facto is we don't really need these immigration policies. That's what you're saying.
If I were saying that, then it wouldn't. If I were saying that, it wouldn't be illegal immigration, would it?
Yeah, that's what the whole like proponents of illegal immigration. It's like we're all technically immigrants. All this like bullshit notion of the whatever the fuck is coming out of the
No, that's not my point.
Yeah,
I'm saying we should have borders. We should have immigration policies. We should have enforcement of the immigration laws. What we don't need is to expand the fuck out of them. We don't need to build. We don't need to build alligator. We don't need to build
you don't need immigration policies.
We don't need to build massive walls that are going to cost tons of money. And then walls work both ways.
Yeah, even the Chinese built a wall. Like we can go and we can start quoting Robert Frost if we wanted that in terms of like walls make good fences, good neighbors.
Yeah, but walls work both ways.
Yeah,
it's just as you can imagine a future in which the U.S. is Sharia. Maybe at that point in time, we need to get the fuck out of here because it's Sharia, right? But now we can't because we built ourselves a wall to protect ourselves. The people done it, right? So there's, you got to look at all the options.
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm not talking about putting up a huge fucking dome, like in The Simpsons, where they put a huge fucking dome over America. I'm saying that like we need to have legal immigration. We need to check who the fuck these people are. Are they the people they say they are?
What do you think should be done about illegal immigration now? Are you a fan of the rounding them all up? Are you a fan of shipping people out and then figuring out later? Are you fan what? Because I'm dealing with right now our immigration enforcement is overreaching. It needs to be slowed way the fuck
has
down.
Really cogent points.
I'm not saying we shouldn't have any immigration policies at all.
Right
dealing with where we're at. But what do you think would be the right move?
Yeah, I just want to finish in terms of the last point. That like I said, in terms of the fact that if illegal immigration is a net positive, why do you have any immigration policy to begin with? Like that's basically your whole thing. If it's so great, then we shouldn't even need immigration policies. And like your whole thing is like, what do we do? What do we do about the
illegal immigration is that it circumvents government, which is not a net positive, in my opinion. I mean, it might be, which is not an exclusive positive. Let me put it that way. Government also is a big issue economically, socially. There's a lot of problems with government. And so an offset to the fact that we're overtaxed as hell here is illegal immigrant. I like the fact that there's labor inputs that don't pay taxes. I don't feel robbed at all. I feel like I'm actually being given something back in the form of lower prices. Who's really robbing me is the government that actually says I have to pay X amount of my income or else I lose everything, go to prison. That's actually the robbery. It's not the immigrants.
Yes, but when you have an enemy that is chanting death
there you go. That's exactly the issue. Yeah, that's your starting point is an enemy. And I'm saying, as somebody who lives in this country and deals with these immigrants, they've never been enemies to me. All they do is feed me delicious Mexican food. The government, on the other hand, has kicked my front door in a few times.
Yeah, the reason why this is such a danger is because these people chant death to the West and all this shit because Islam wants to conquer. You're already seeing it manifest in Europe. It's a more pacifist way of doing it, I'll admit. But in terms of like using your own government system against you, it's like the same thing that we're talking about here, Flo. You know what I mean? And realistically, when you look at the outside influence that already comes in financially from other countries, all this kind of shit, in terms of this whole thing of like we just want to sit back and we just want to like everybody just keep it easy on shit, you have to have borders for a reason.
I agree. You have to have borders for a reason, and I think that our freedom of religion is a fantastic institution.
This dystopia with like where we're all walled in. It's like realistically, like show me one more, like show me one less oppressed country than America.
There's lots of them. The Freedom Index. We're about
you're getting 15th. Walled into this oppression.
We're about 15th, or we're not even in the top 10 on the Freedom Index. I don't remember what we're is, but
what?
Yeah. So
what?
I'm not complaining that America's unfree. Well, I guess I am sort of.
Yes.
What?
What I am saying is that in the competing threats on the horizon, becoming a Sharia state is not one that I'm concerned about relatively. A much bigger one is government, an oppressive government,
like communism,
which we already have, and which the only way to address the only way to address one poison is by adding more of another poison. So in your water glass analogy, you're just saying, would you rather have, I don't know, would you rather have antifreeze or cyanide in your water? I'm saying, you know what? We've got enough cyanide. Let's dilute the cyanide some and just add a little more antifreeze, because you're going to have one or the other.
Yeah, what I'm pointing to is probably the best way to explain it. Like how did Iran fall, for example?
Yeah,
Iran fell because the Islamists sided with the communists,
crazy.
and that's how they got to power. And then the Islamists
But it's
wiped
weird
out every
because,
single
like,
communist.
who was
every single
behind that?
comrade.
Ariak said we were we've
Yeah,
been
exactly.
a police
CIA,
state
and
for
like I
70
said, that's
years,
basically
and
the
immediately
ex
kind of backtracked on that.
SS.
Again,
Where
I'm not
Flow
saying
State said
that I
wasn't
love
true.
Sharia
Ariak said
or that I
was
want us to
true.
become an Islamic
And then they
state.
Yeah, but would you rather
stopped.
Sharia or
I'm saying that
national
that
socialism?
is not the most likely
Where
threat. at this
Ariak
point for
said we're the
Americans.
least oppressed
Yeah, but
country
which
on
would
the
you rather?
planet.
Communism or
Which one
national
was it?
socialism?
And Flow
Communism or
State
national
said
socialism, or Islam or
we're not
national
in the
socialism?
top
I
10.
don't see how this is a relevant question.
It's wild.
All
Because
of
your
them-
whole
all
point is
of
that
them
we
would-
need to prevent big bad daddy government, and I'm like, yeah, but your government is essentially the National Socialist continuation of the National Socialist Secret Service. Like that is your government, undeniably. Like that's what they
okay.
talk about when they talk about the deep state.
Oh, so if I just concede that, why would you want to strengthen that and give it more powers?
Well, you're the one that's talking about economically. You're strengthening them, so the whole global influence and how they're able to manipulate with US aid. Like you're just benefiting that. I'm going to show the same counter argument back to you.
Economically, the economic benefit of untaxed labor that goes to the end consumer. That's you and me. I mean, not you. That's me.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't. But the government is missing out on that income. So the way that it benefits us is by one, paying the input less, but primarily it's by taking that value out of the government's pockets that they otherwise would recapture. So it's
But the immigrant gets screwed on the wages.
It primarily benefits the consumer by depriving the government.
Yeah,
of,
the fat boy at the end, that's just like swallowing the cakes, like Homer Simpson swallowing the donuts. He's getting fatter and fatter. But like the actual immigrant themselves getting screwed on the wages. They also have this thing where they can literally be snapped up at any point. You know what I mean? Okay. The actual society as a whole as well. Like it's a complete disadvantage. And like I said, even in this perspective of like the National Socialist Secret Service, we're like we can point towards like I said, they basically get cheap labor and then they can use any racial or any divide and conflict, unite the nation. That's how National Socialism works.
What's up, N-word? Welcome in, dude.
Any divide and conflict to unite the nation. You mean like the schism that on the illegal immigrant topic that's popped up in the last like 2 years? In the last 2 years,
false flag they call it?
2 years.
Yeah.
It's taken 2 years from us, from the talking, from nobody giving a fuck about illegal immigration to now we're building concentration camps in the Florida Everglades, and half the people are pumped. All the red people who are like, from my free dead hands, all of a sudden now going, govern us, daddy. More surveillance. We need to know everybody
in
here.
Perspective. That's a caricature. That's a straw man. That's not.
That is a caricature. That is a caricature, but that is what's happening. And all the magtards who got betrayed on January 6th by Trump, still following along with him, still thinking that this dude's going to save them from this problem they just realized they had. Most people in America who are against illegal immigration have never had an issue with an illegal immigrant.
Yeah, I
haven't. I guess I'm not against it necessarily. But what I'm saying is, this is a largely manufactured risk. It's scare tactics. It's being used to divide and conquer. It's the Hegelian. Do you know what the Hegelian dialectic is? Problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah,
this is a contrived issue.
For example, would you concede that we can look at a society's philosophy and judge its morals based on that philosophy?
I don't know what would our society's philosophy be like. I don't.
So, for example, like Western to this whole thing of like the West has nothing in common. The West is built on Greek philosophy, Roman law, and Christian ethics. That's a unifying factor across all the West. Okay. And like just before, I was like, oh, like the atheists that get fucking spurred out because it's like Christian gets mentioned. We're just talking about the ethics. We're not actually talking about believing in God. We're just talking about the actual ethics system.
I think the spur is related to the fact that it's not Christianity didn't create those ethics. But I wasn't going to make that a point.
But yeah, like I said, whatever way you want to slice the pie, like that's basically the unifying thing of the West, and that's why the likes of Islam chants death to the West. Yes, because like the West itself stands for the individual principle, like Flo was saying, this thing of like government tyranny of the majority, the mob rule kind of like thing we need to fight back against. But like this whole kind of aspect to when we look at Islam and we look at, okay, what did they do in society? They basically undermine all of this whole like women's rights and all this kind of shit.
Right.
They condone child marriage. A lot of these like they're like 12-year-old
Which
girls.
we have laws against, right? We have laws against that.
Yes, but this is the thing that it's like if they're one way that Islam,
You're trying to suggest that the immigration problem is an East versus West thing, and I'm saying it might be.
No, it's not East versus West. It's not East versus West. It's Islam and communism versus the American principle.
Okay, what we have here is largely Hispanic immigrants. This is a Western mindset still. It's not.
What happened? What happened in September the 11th, 2001?
You don't want my. Hornet doesn't want my answer on his channel.
Well, yeah, if we take the official narrative and not the actual like fact, false flag, all that kind of shit. Like if we take the official narrative, right? This whole notion that we can just sit back as America and there's nobody that's going to come for us because we have the ocean to protect us. That's a false notion.
The issue is that you're taking the official narrative. You realize that day that was the most protected airspace in the world. You think the official narrative happened?
Bro, on October
the shape thing, right? The shape building that got hit. That's the most protected airspace in the world. The official narrative makes no sense at all.
Yeah, okay.
Anybody with half a critical
but what I'm saying is, when you look at the October 7th, these people filmed what they done and they showed us exactly what they are, because they call Israel the little Satan. They call America the big Satan. And they're already, like I said, look at London. 3% of the population are like less than 3% of the population are Pakistani men, but they're responsible for 60% of the rape.
Okay, Terry, I have a question for you on that. Would you say? I think Flo's arguing from a majority position, and I feel like you're being a lot more hyper specific into certain things. Would you say that's a majority issue, or or is this not a generalized thing, just like a specific detail that you would see within immigration being a problem, illegal immigration being a problem?
This is why I started with the analogy of the glass. If it has 10% poison, are you going to drink it? Like this whole notion that it's like it might not be the majority, but it can do enough damage. You know what I mean?
That's why that's a bad analogy, because the alternative is not no poison. The alternative is a different kind of poison.
Because I can use this whole thing of like America, it's not the same situation. Yes, even in your situation, you wouldn't just say carte blanche, like legal immigration, it's actually net positive, so we'll just run with the risk. If it actually was a net positive, why would you bother enforcing the border? All this kind of shit. Yay, mi casa y tu casa, hombre.
If we didn't enforce the border, then it would not be illegal immigration. The fact that it is illegal is what delivers the cost savings. Right, that's the economic component. The illegality of it is specifically the economic benefit. Now, if you want to talk about the cultural benefit, no, that's a different thing. That's the same either way. And if you want to talk about the lack of government overreach, I suppose that would be it would be better off to not enforce it, really. But I don't think that benefit offsets the risk that it proposes. Everything is striking a balance, right? Nothing is all black or white. Everything is shades of gray.
But that's why I point to, if it was such a net positive, then why would we have any immigration policies? If all the shit just balances out.
I literally just went through the points and said and explained the balance between them in my mind, and you're still asking me the same black and white question. I don't know if you didn't listen to me.
I'm not. What I'm saying is, like, in terms of your position, right?
Right. Let's swap it around.
Saying that's a net positive.
Why don't I ask you a similar question? Just flip it around. Okay. If immigrants are bad, why don't we just kill them all? All problems come from humans, right? So if we get rid of the humans, we get rid of the problems.
Because we don't do, unfortunately, that's a joke. Like in terms of thought crimes, we can't persecute people for thought crimes.
Why not? If they don't have thoughts, then they can't have bad thoughts, and then we can't have problems.
No, again, like I said, like this whole thing of like the thought thing. I wish the thing we could just put into legislation, ban Islam and communism. But like it's the same thing of trying to ban pornography. It'll just morph into something else.
Yeah.
Like a shitty snake, as you say.
Laws, prohibition laws are not really very good at prohibiting things. It actually just sort of, in a way, like the war on drugs, creates a legal economy, the enforcement, that depends on the illegal activity, drugs. Right. So, anyways, I don't remember where I was going to land it. But anyways, my point in asking you why don't we just kick them all is because not because I think that that's a good idea, but because I want to illustrate that whatever the proposal is going to be, it has to be a balance. And so when you ask these extreme, like lopsided black and white questions, it's not illustrative of reality.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about murdering these people. I'm talking about literally just returning them from whence
But why
they came.
not? If it gets rid of why would we let them live if they're just going to create a problem? That's my
Like,
point.
and even in my scenario, I'm as willing to say it's like if there are these people that you say like these good immigrants and all this kind of stuff, it's like yes, let's just facilitate them getting in easier, and then these bad immigrants we make it more difficult.
Okay, so you want to pump up surveillance.
How is the surveillance?
And don't we need to know who's here?
Yes.
And that includes surveillance, right? We need more
No,
surveillance.
it could literally just be transferring government records internationally. It's literally about nations working together. That's all
But I
that
mean,
would require.
Right. So increased international surveillance. And so in order to ensure that the surveillance is thorough, right, we would need more surveillance. Ensure the
So you're
surveillance.
putting a lot of weight on that surveillance. You're putting a lot of weight on surveillance here.
That's all that it is. That's all that you're saying we need more of is surveillance. We need to know
I'm not
who's
saying,
here. So that
no,
they're
I'm not
safe.
saying more. I've actually said, and this is where I'm saying it's a straw man. I've actually argued that we should reduce the limitations currently in terms of like the immigration, in terms of, for example, what Flo was particularly talking about, like the Latino population of Mexico, because there is already a lot of mix in terms of that culture, all that kind of stuff, same vibe, and in terms of like the situation, it makes it a lot easier, and they don't have this whole, my whole life can be uprooted at any minute kind of thing dawning over their head, or any debt they would have incurred from actually being
They
transported.
choose to
over.
have it over their head. They're making these choices. I'm not incentivizing them. I'm not coercing them. They're making this decision on their own.
But if it's
Yeah,
a net
old Joe,
positive,
I am actually.
like
This
I've
is a
explained, for the
debate that I'm going to be
individual, the actual
judging.
immigrant, and for society at
After they
large,
get
it's not a
done
benefit.
having their debate here.
It's not a net positive.
I'm going to go.
You,
back
that's
over
that's a
in
pretty bold
Discord
claim for
and
somebody.
me and Ghost
Like I don't know how you can make that claim when every
judging
day
performance.
people on both sides of that equation are making the decision to engage in it. If it were so obviously a net negative for them, then they wouldn't engage in it, right?
No, because people can be forced into undesirable outcomes. Like,
Yes,
for
people
example, if
can.
I had you if I had you strapped to a chair, right, and there was a wall sitting there,
Wait,
and there was
real,
a nice like
real
velvet.
quick, we're pulling in one of the
Yeah, what?
judges. I'll be moving
Which one?
in. Ghosty is moving in to ask a question. Hey,
Hey.
Hey, Ghosty.
Okay, so I would like to ask a question about, I guess, to both of you. So first to Teriak, you keep bringing up Islam. So is there any other culture that you infecting America's culture and our legal system, or is it mainly just Islam? And to Flo, is there a point where if there were enough, if a certain like percentage of Muslims maybe entered the country where they were starting to change state laws, or enough counties and stuff where you like, is there a turning point where you would be against immigration? That's my question for both of you.
Do you want to go first? Or, yeah. So, in terms of the dynamic, like with Islam, it's not necessarily a culture per se. Like it's literally a philosophy. Like this is a death cult, and when you like work through the philosophies of what they believe, like child marriage, like elimination of all like women's rights, all this which like undermines everything that like supposedly a feminist is supposed to stand for. Like that's, for example, an ideology that you don't want to see manifest in your country. As bad as, let's say, the MAGA dad who posts memes online and triggers you is bad. Having a whole community to deal with, because Islam is more like, Islam means submission. They're more than happy to conquer by sword.
I understand
and
that,
use
but
your own empathy against you.
are there any other cultures outside of Islam that you are worried
Oh,
about?
sorry. Yeah. So like, for example, like let's say like communism would be another situation where it's like and that's where that actually align with Flo a lot more clearly in terms of like this is like a pure authoritarian regime. It always ends in terms of like some sort of dogma, and once you sacrifice the logos for the dogma, then you're fucked.
Okay,
And that's why
Uncle
Islam
Flo?
again is it's the same kind of problem where it's like these people don't understand, or they don't like use logic essentially.
Gotcha.
They just rely on dogma. The same way that like, you know, you see atheists rip into like these evangelist Christians all shit. It's the same kind of mentality where it's like, I have conversations with God. God tells me to do this. God tells me to do that. It's like, okay, so this person is telling you they have no self accountability. These are the same people with child marriage, like marital rape, all this like horrendous shit.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on to Flo's question.
What was the question for me?
Is there a certain like
Oh, a tipping
percentage
point.
point, that you would
Yeah,
say illegal
there
immigration
absolutely
is
is.
bad?
Yeah, there absolutely is. I don't know what it is because I haven't experienced it yet. You know, you kind of know these things when you don't know what you don't know. But certainly there is. I'm not a fan of Sharia, of Islam as a ruling culture or religion. Not at all. I'm also totally against communism. Right? I think that we are opposed to the same institutions. What I'm saying is that, and what I don't think he's giving enough weight to, is the fact that our police state is a much bigger threat than, well, maybe not bigger than communism, but it is bigger than in my estimation, illegal immigrants are bringing over. So yes, there is a tipping point. Again, all of these concerns that, you know, every action has a reaction. And so it's always a balancing act with any of these policies. And where we're at right now, the U.S. does not need to give any more authority to enforcement, to law enforcement internally. Certainly not at the threat of illegal immigrants, which are largely not Islamist. They're primarily Hispanic, and they're primarily here for economic reasons.
Okay. Ghosty, thank you for the question. I'm moving you back
Thank
to the back room. And you guys can continue.
Yeah, I think I don't know that. What else is there?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. But yeah, like the reason why like it's so important to bring up like communism and Islam is because when you look at like the surrounding culture, right? So like for example, like a lot of people won't like me saying this, but like America is essentially a national socialist system, and you could argue it's been that way since.
I wouldn't
JFK.
actually. I would not even disagree with that.
Yeah, so like basically what you have coming to a fore, that's why it's like all this shit's been stirring up in Ukraine and Israel, this kind of shit. You basically have this war that's basically going on where you have National Socialism again on the stage versus communism, but communism is like somehow merged into Islam.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got
the common war,
joint
essentially.
enemy, right? They've got a joint enemy. Now, my question would be, which system has been more harmful to the opposition? Have we in the West, and I guess I don't know about Europe, so that's kind of weird, like we're seeing different things. Here in America, it looks pretty much to me like our system has done much more harm over there than theirs has over here.
How would you define harm?
How about bombs? I mean, I don't.
But if
you look at the Middle East, I don't think that we need to. You can use basically any metric and say that the West has inflicted more harm on Islam than vice versa. Now, I'm not. That's not at all me saying that I would reverse that or that I would have it the other way around. Not at all. I'm just pointing out the threat assessment that you're making doesn't seem likely. It seems implausible because history tells us that actually they're the ones that have been on their heels from us.
I agree with the point where it's like America is Big Daddy, and like what America says goes for a reason, because I just point to the UFO phenomenon and say military technology, and all of a sudden it starts making sense. You know what I mean? But in terms of the whole like dynamic, like I said, in terms of the like what way you want to see this unfold, like would you rather have the current system or would you rather have a communist manifested with Islam. Because like fundamentally, I can point to a logical contradiction between like these feminists that you see in these college campuses and at these protests, standing beside Islamists, and point to Sharia law and say this is a fundamental contradiction to Western feminists. Like, and any Western feminist who's saying that she stands with the side of Islam makes no fucking sense, because Islam would undo every single woman's rights law that has ever been put in across a Western nation.
I know, because those feminists don't stand for anything; they stand against things, right? That's the issue with all the.
But what I'm
woke
saying, Flo,
activists, is they're hateful little bastards. But here, let me ask you this:
what I point to is like back in like 2015, 2016, Milo Yiannopoulos, which is a controversial figure, I understand, but he was going over to America, and what was he saying? It's like, listen, it's basically too late for Europe at this stage, because the way that like Europe's governmental system or the overarchy has basically been manipulated against itself in terms of the whole governmental system, and there's been too many people let in already, where it's like, and because of the replacement rates, like it's just a matter of time before they become the majority, and we basically lose our own countries democratically to Sharia law. Like that's basically what Europe's facing at the moment.
That is
this whole kind of thing of like the conflict.
Democracy.
Yeah, so like this whole thing with the conflict and what's going on, like I said, in terms of these oppressive ideologies, this whole thing of like, we don't want to have a foreign policy, but it's like, if you understand what's actually going on in the Middle East, you understand that it's like, they're coming for you anyway. You know what I mean? Like this whole thing, we'll just sit back and...
There's lots of different things coming for us, and one of them, like you mentioned, communism. When I tell you that there's a concentration camp set up in Florida for illegal immigrants, does that have more in common with America traditionally, or is that more, does it remind you of like gulags? It reminds me of gulags.
National socialism, yeah, national socialism.
Gulags were communism, international socialism, right?
You know, what I'm saying is in terms of what you saw in Germany was the concentration camps.
There was more deaths and more concentration camps in Soviet Russia.
Yeah,
so it reminds me of a gulag.
I can concede all that shit, but it still happened to those people.
Right, but what I'm pointing out is if you're taking an anti-immigrant position with American politics, now what I'm trying to show you is that what that looks like is gulag.
No, well, wait a second. You slipped something in there, Flo. I'm not going to let you run away there. I'm anti-illegal immigration, not anti-immigration. Like, I want the biggest and brightest minds, collective, because like you see, like Silicon Valley, you could argue in terms of like their ideologies and all this kind of shit can be fucked up, but like the whole Peter Thiel is the Antichrist. We can like ignore all that kind of shit aside. When you look at and just objectively look at Silicon Valley, like that is the concentration of the biggest and brightest minds in terms of technology, technological advancement, all this kind of shit. And when you look at the profound shit that we're basically about to, like, that's why I kind of say it's like, how can you be blackpilling when we're literally going to have like boxing robots and shit? You know what I mean? That to me is like, man, that's why I get up in the morning. You know what I mean? I want to see that shit. Like, I want to see Elon Musk fucking reach for the stars, literally reach for Mars. Why not? You know what I mean? And like I said, in terms of when you see communism and Islam, why these are beating ideologies, it's fundamentally because like they want that oppressive regime. So like I said, if your main point here is like government overreach, all this shit, you're going to want to be able to screen for people who are communist or Islam, correct?
Again, I'm back to where I was. The amount of increased surveillance and authority and infrastructure and enforcement that would be needed to do the increased level of checking, like you're suggesting, is a bad trade-off. And in fact, in the event, so because what you're really talking about is not a person or people, it's ideas. You're really concerned about the importation of ideas that are toxic. There is that can come and go. Culture. Right. That comes and goes easily with or without physical people. Look at the trans agenda. How it's not like we imported a ton of trans people.
Yeah, but that's always been a thing throughout history. Like I can show you like literally things like original depictions of Aphrodite. She's a massive cock.
Right.
But seriously, look, Google that again.
Again, so is Islam, so is communism. Right? These are all not new things. These are all ideas. Your concern is with ideas, not with individual people. Now, giving our government more authority to crack down on citizens because you correlate the idea with the person. That doesn't protect people from the idea. That just means if the idea takes hold, it's got a lot more teeth than if it otherwise it would have.
Yeah, but would you not rather a system where it's like, for example, it's a quick check, it's like, has this motherfucker like raped anybody in his home country or his previous country? I think that would be a logical thing to, like.
Do you think that that's easy data to have on hand accurately and look up? Most people, if they've been caught for that, they're not out running around free. I think.
Yeah, but you need cooperation from nations. I understand, but like, for example, we have the internet that requires operation.
How good
from
do you
nations.
think that Pakistan's police records are on grape? How do you think that many of those grapes are reported?
Yeah, but do you not think that screening process is at least worth it to be like, oh shit, you're definitely not getting
I don't at all think I think it's a placebo effect, and it makes people feel safe from scary. We're doing something about it at least, but in reality, all we're doing is just closing our eyes and saying, "No, they're taking care of it." No, I don't think that interacting with Pakistan would do shit for us, because I think one, those probably aren't reported there. Two, I'm sure they're not recorded accurately, and three, like, it just don't think it would be effective. Talking about a massively patriarchal culture and society.
So is that your argument where it's like, I just don't think it'd be effective?
I mean, with that little point, we're talking about a massively patriarchal society where women are not given the voice that they are here in the West. It's a threat. It's a risk to them to report something like that. Now, what good would it do in a culture where you could get punished for report? That crime is already underreported even here.
Yeah.
So I mean, just to think that that's gonna do anything aside from just beef up the security state is absurd, really.
Like, we're literally talking about like some fat TSA worker literally like typing in the database, oh shit, this guy's a mass rapist, you're not getting in.
And as we continue to
this is the oppressive regime
grow in like agricultural technology development.
Let's say that there's somebody.
All these farming
jobs
are going to
just
get
real quick. If you're going through TSA, I think that'd be legal.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly right. If we,
but he's talking to like that the fact that we have an immigration system in place is oppressive.
That guy is going to get turned away at TSA. He's going to then try to sneak in a different way, right? So all we're doing is increasing the surveillance state. Still, if you have checks through the official methods, he's going to circumvent them.
Yes.
So the only way then to stop that guy is to expand the surveillance state.
Yes, and I understand that argument, but this is the whole reason why we went off on the whole thing of like, when you really look at like the CIA, it's really, like the Secret Service, just the 2.0. Like the reason why I went through that is like, and I point towards this war that's about to happen, is that like there's nothing that we can fucking do about this to prevent this war from happening. It's going to happen. You know what I mean? But fundamentally, when you look at like the two sides, you can side with Kronos and lose, or you can side with Zeus and win, and then from within the system undermine it.
I don't know which two sides you're referring to, but I think that
Kronos would be the communists and Islam, and then Zeus would be National Socialism, which is
the
what
nature of
is.
humanity is that there's always cycles and sides, right? That just is part of living. So the correct way to address that is not to try to make it so that there's not, it's not to try to think you're ever going to wipe out the opposing view entirely and eradicate it. Is to find the balance between the risk, because like I said, solving one problem creates another risk, and there's no way around that.
But when we go back to this risk, what we're talking about is like some dude in an airport double checking the passport that's been shown.
That's not where we're at. That's not where we're at. No, that's not the risk we're talking about. We're well past that. We've got officers, we've got SWAT teams hitting up schools.
What I'm saying is fundamentally.
We got a concentration camp full of alligators in fucking Florida. We're not talking about a TSA agent.
Because when you say illegal immigration is a net positive, you're saying that we don't need any check. We don't need any of this shit.
I literally said that's not what I'm saying.
I know that's not what you're saying, but that's what the debate prompt is.
That's what your straw man is.
That's not what my straw man is.
Yeah, I think Flo is arguing that it is a net positive, but he wouldn't get rid of all the regulations that would
There's context. There's context.
But then what's the point of having we went over this at the beginning. Like, what's the point of even having the laws to begin with if it's not going to be enforced, or everyone's chillaxing and enforcing it?
Because the imperfect enforcement of laws is a pretty good prohibition or preventative measure against full out chaos. You don't have to catch every criminal breaking every law. To have laws as in their entirety be effective.
Yeah. So would you say that immigration policies are a net benefit to society?
What do you mean immigration policy? Like the laws? Yeah, I'm not saying
yeah.
we shouldn't have them. And in fact, if you want to try to get technical and push off against the prompt, they're essential for illegal immigration. You have to have laws in order for you to have illegal immigrants. So of course I'm saying some immigration laws are good.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. In terms of like the overall, when you look at like illegal immigration being a net benefit to society, like you're saying, like basically what you're trying to say is that it's like, yeah, like I make some exceptions for some immigrants, and then other ones, yeah, like I can agree that
I'm not making any exceptions. Laws can stay in place. Enforcement can stay in place or get walked back some. It doesn't need to be as extreme as it is now. And there can be a normal amount of people who successfully circumvent it. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, because illegal immigration is not a net benefit to society. That's why you want that mechanism in place. Whatever you described, the reduced what it currently is, and but still have that system.
I'm not arguing for entirely erasing borders.
Yeah, I'm not saying you are.
Okay. Well, you keep trying to strawman the most extreme position. I'm saying that we don't need to increase enforcement. We need to walk it back. We don't need to eradicate laws. We need to. I'm perfectly fine with a system in which we have laws and we have enforcement, and the laws are also successfully circumvented sometimes.
Yes, but again, when like,
I would not want complete enforcement of the law. I would not want to have no illegal immigrants here.
Yeah, I can agree to that in terms of like the picture I'd paint there would be the Professor Umbridge from Harry Potter, just like stickler for the fucking rules, like absolute bitch. You know what I mean? Like
I never saw Harry Potter because I'm not a loser.
Yeah, hey, Harry Potter said we got bitches back in college, man. You know what I'm saying? But the whole aspect, like what we're talking about here, is that like if we say illegal immigration, like that's perfectly fine to just like we'll skirt the. Even like the question then was like, why even have fucking thing? Like, why even have a word for it?
I don't know how to explain this again to you. I think that you're intentionally not catching the point, because it is a bit nuanced, and so that's a toehold against it.
No, I don't explain like
because complete free for all mayhem is not good either. That's not what I'm advocating.
Yeah.
But complete stranglehold is also bad. The middle area is a walk back, in my opinion. The sweet spot for how to deal with immigration is to walk back the crazy Gestapo enforcement tactics, walk back the concentration camps, still have laws, still have law enforcement, even though those things are not perfect. You know, they don't catch every single immigrant, but you don't have to catch every single one. You just have to catch enough to slow a complete overwhelming of the system.
Yes,
it's not about stopping entirely. It's about restricting.
Yes, and that was tried in Europe, and like I said, that the meme is it's not London anymore.
It looks like it wasn't tried in Europe.
Like this whole notion where it's like, well, illegal immigration, we don't really need to enforce it that much, all this kind of shit. And like I said, there's no one protecting England at the moment. Like there's no Coast Guard on this shit. It's just boat dinghies arriving on the beach.
It fucked up. Imagine I don't think that we should do that. I don't think we should do that.
Yeah. So you don't think that illegal immigration is a net benefit?
But you know what else? What else sucks is the gulags in Russia, and we're closer to that threat than we are to what England's dealing with. So I'm choosing to address a bigger threat.
Yeah.
At the expense of
that shit was funny.
You're trying to say like oppressive government and all this stuff.
I like tacos too.
This whole dynamic is that like
I get my tacos legally though, Ashton.
Like, yeah,
you know what I mean?
Some sort of laws in place, and like particularly that what happened.
All right, I've already made my decision on.
It really was a net benefit. For example, right? If I was to get paid like
I'm pretty sure we all agree.
Even though, let's say, like,
right,
I got
chat.
headaches from it and it was
Guys,
like
we're
miserable, all
here.
this kind of shit. I'll be able
One for Teriak,
I'll be able to power
2
through
for
and say
flow
100
state.
grand per debate, you know, each week. Dude, that's over
1
5
for
million a year. Do you
Teriak,
know what I mean? So it's
2
like
for flow
when
state.
you're saying the cost benefit analysis, all this kind of shit. But what I'm saying is like fundamentally, like you're looking at it from like the happy worker, like the Latino that just wants to make an honest living. And it's like, yeah, I agree, those people exist. But there's also these enemies of the state. And like we got into in terms of Islam and all this kind of shit, there's also enemies from it too. But like the whole kind of like what I'm pointing towards in terms of Europe, they didn't come with the sword. They came through like the tried to do the diplomatic route, and they got their
Agree,
hooks
dog,
in
that's
terms
fair,
of
bro.
both the police and the
That's
legal
so fair.
system. And now they basically turned the whole system. That's why two-tier
So you're saying that the immigrants were able to
absolutely.
harm Europe by leveraging the tools in place against them. That's exactly my point. I don't want that to happen here either. So I don't want to create. Yeah, you know, you stepped in it. I don't want to create the tools that can be exploited against the people.
Because what I'm saying is that this is an orchestrated campaign that's gone down in your country, and when you leave a wide open hole in your system, for example, like software is another good example of this shit, where you leave a wide open hole in your software, it's like, no, we need to restrict all this shit because all it takes is one person to manipulate and the whole system goes down.
Good to
in the
see
same
you,
situation, like I point to Islam, I point to Muhammad. Is the one thing that one dude gets into power, if Sharia law goes into America, you're all fucked.
Yeah, and so
and like even like I said, even this whole point that they're manipulating your
talking
system.
about preventing an idea from having the power over the people.
Yes, that is
What I'm saying is
counterintuitive to the
that's
country.
Right. I think that's a good objective.
Yeah.
The best way to do that is not to prevent people that you associate with the idea. The best way to do it is to not give the tools, so that because there's all sorts of different crazy people that I don't want in power. I don't want communists in power. I don't want like woke weirdos in power. I don't want
but either way,
Islam in power.
what I'm pointing out is there's always going to be a big daddy government. Yeah.
System.
Yeah.
If they don't have the knife, they can't poke me with it.
Yes, but what I'm saying, Flo, is that either way, there's going to be a big daddy government. And no matter
See,
what.
I will
system
say
you're
this.
talking about,
Some points that Flow State has made when it comes to like anti-government expansion and things like that,
it's nuanced.
I'm with him.
Like you said, nuance. I'm going to bring it around. The whole aspect where you're talking about
is
like,
illegal immigration a net positive?
What I'm trying to fundamentally point towards is that you're leaving a hole in your system. You're saying that you should leave a hole in your system, or it's perfectly fine to have a hole in your system.
That doesn't,
even though
like the method in which we deport people doesn't factor into illegal immigration being better or worse.
Yes.
That's where my decision came from. I'm obviously going with Teriak on this one.
What I would say is that
I don't
if
feel
you try
Flo
to close up all the
gave me a
holes and
convincing
you have
enough
a bulletproof
argument to
system,
make me think
you will
illegal
get somebody
immigration
bad in
is
charge
net
of that
positive
system.
for the country,
The
right?
nature of politics is that
I think that's a fair.
power-hungry people pursue.
Like
it.
I'm approaching it fairly.
Yes,
you know?
We don't want to make we don't want to
let me-
make
let
the
me demonstrate.
infrastructure at all for them to take a hold of. It will fall into bad hands.
Yeah, but what you're saying is that there's
'Cause I
already
have-
this fucked up big daddy government, right? There's this authority figure.
This whole
And what you're
page,
saying is we should make it
questions
easier
and notes,
for another culture to come in and
this whole
supplant that and
page,
still have
questions
the fucked up culture.
So
No, what I'm saying is we should take the teeth out of that system. One, so that that system can't be fucked up against us, and two, so that if somehow these people do get in, they don't have anything to leverage.
All right. We
Like,
have
already-
we have another
Yes, I got it.
interjection point being used at the moment. Let me bring Ghosty up.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I'm sorry. So you guys were starting to get to this, but you kind of like steered away from it. So I'm curious what you both think. If you could explain like the negatives / benefits for what is Trump's current administration doing, like with Alligator Alcatraz? Like, Teriak, can you explain what good you think is coming out of that? And Flow State, explain what bad is coming out from what the Trump administration is doing.
I went first last time. Do you want to go first though?
Yeah.
You can take me down if you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the bad is that it's enforcement arms of the government treating people in inhumane ways. I do believe that if we're going to snatch somebody up and remove their freedom, right? If they become a ward of the state against their will, especially, then the state that is now given themselves charge of that person has an obligation to, I don't know, make sure they don't die of malaria while getting chewed on by an alligator, right? And the fact that at this concentration camp, which is what it is, is the cruelty aspect of it is being highlighted as a positive is a whole ass bad attitude for people to be latching onto, because all that they had to do, it's about the psychology of the population. If you warn people,
No, you're good. Yeah, I am judging. I am judging. I just haven't interjected
the
at all.
idea of being cruel to people who are alleged to have done something wrong, even something as small as just being here without the right paperwork. And from there, it's a very easy next step to, I don't know, Jays are running banks, like, or wherever you want to go with it.
Yeah,
we already in our system. I've been there, mates, and defendants get their rights stomped all over constantly by enforcement agencies. They have too much power right now. The system is too big right now. Our law enforcement system. We have too many laws, too much law enforcement. It's a whole ass industry that thrives off having crime to prosecute. So we don't want to expand that system, or else you're going to have a scenario. We already do in many places have a scenario where the need for the demand for crime from the law enforcement, from the criminal justice industry, is a bigger issue than the crime itself.
That's horseshit. I'm sorry.
And Terry,
yeah. So
I live in Birmingham.
So in terms of the positive, it basically serves as a deterrent.
Like, you guys have no idea what the fuck is going on.
That if you like
I'm not even trying to,
in the news and all this kind of shit, that it would deter people from
you look
going,
up
or trying to cross over.
How many people get unalived
in terms of
in this general area?
If this was asked in terms of like, if people think that like I'm all like for Trump and all this shit, I'd never criticize Trump.
Just look up
I think
Jefferson
Trump
County
completely
rates.
fucked up the situation in Iran. I think there was a chance there for Iran to haul ass essentially and actually do the revolt, but now the fact that it's been delayed, he's completely fucked it. In my opinion, at least. Maybe like I said, he's playing 4D chess and all this kind of shit. But it's very difficult to tell with Trump if it's just ego or if it's actually like a plan or a strat or whatever. But like I said, like fundamentally, I could go into a whole fucking like rant about that. But in terms of like net positives, yeah, sure, there can be like things where they fuck up in terms of like going like too lethal, all this kind of shit. Like I said, I'm not on that thing of like big daddy government, all this kind of shit. What I'm saying is that when you already have a system in place where it is this big daddy government looking at the people that are coming in, and more in particular outpopulating you in terms of birth rates, the fact that these people share a similar ideology where it's like, no, we want big daddy government, as well as your college students who are like chanting for intifada and like going down the same lines and the same path. And it's this whole notion of like destruction of the West because of like because America is the top daddy. But like I said, fundamentally, do you want America to fall?
All right, so here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to mute myself in the stream itself,
get on top of your
and
shit,
then
make sure
you guys will be able to hear it coming from
in terms of like who's coming in.
Hornet stream,
I have no issue
my
reducing
audio. Okay.
The
So there might be a little
requirements
delay in
terms
my
of
video and how
Latino,
long it takes for you to
community,
hear me.
particularly along the southern border for work visas, all this kind of stuff. I'm not against that whatsoever. I'm not against immigration. I'm against illegal immigration. Like I said, this whole thing of like illegal immigration, you have to be okay with these people not being vetted, not being checked. Which, like I said, we see the devastation in Europe already manifest.
The issue, the too much enforcement is an issue that is avoidable for the illegal immigrants. It is not something that is avoidable for the citizens. If we empower these institutions, hell, ICE already has a bigger budget than Israel's entire military budget, right? If we enable these agencies have way too much enforcement authority, it's an internal system. That will be our problem forever until it's disbanded. That won't be used against the illegal immigrants who decide, you know what, it might not be worth it. But now we're stuck with that. We've gotten rid of, the people who run the taco stand in favor of a Gestapo. It's just a terrible trade-off. It's just objective, obviously a terrible trade-off. And the risk is not there. The risk of Sharia or jihad, whatever, that risk is not sufficient to warrant any more of this shit.
You guys have about 5 more minutes in the general discussion, and then we'll go to closing statements.
Yeah, cool. Because like I said, Flo, like I'm not arguing that we need more legislation and all this kind of shit. I'm saying enforcement.
You necessarily are.
No, I'm just saying these current situations need to be enforced, because like what we see in Europe is it's not being enforced. These people are arriving in dinghies in the boats and just running in and then claiming asylum, and it's like it's not just a random thing.
That's not what's happening here.
It's coordinated. Like there's this whole like
I don't
networks
disagree
and
that it's
infrastructures.
coordinated.
Yeah.
That's a different situation than what we have here. You're treating our problem as the same as your problem, and they're similar problem.
I'm talking about objectively. I'm not talking about like I'm saying as an American, give you the point of view. What's currently going
at least
on
for
in
me.
What I'm saying, like fundamentally, as a
I don't have a problem with
philosophical
Dusty.
Anti-immigration.
Like me and him are cool. He hasn't done anything wrong to me. I don't know the ins and outs of his dealings with other people.
Immigration policies to begin
but
but policies aren't always effective. Laws aren't always effective. In fact, I would argue that for instance, without going down the rabbit hole, the war on drugs has done more to increase drug consumption than decrease it. Because of the economic incentive. So you're saying that the fact that the laws exist is evidence that they're needed, and that's just circular. That's not true at all.
No, what I'm saying
The
is
fact
that
that laws exist, that only means that somebody decided it was a good idea to implement these laws. Who knows?
What I'm saying is it needs to be enforced though. Like I said, like checking these people, because if they are like genuine people and they're good faith, all this kind of stuff, like put them through the process. And like I said, the immigration system clearly needs to be fixed. Like that's we both have said that. It's like
and those laws are being enforced. In fact, they're being so over enforced that Trump had to issue emergency decrees like we're at war in order to over enforce them. That's what needs to stop and needs to be reverted.
So what? Trump declared war on what?
He declared an enemy invasion. There's an emergency. This is all happening under emergency powers. He's declared a state of emergency. We're under invasion from foreign military, basically. I don't remember what word they used, but that's just absurd. It's not what most of the illegal immigration is. Of course, there will be a few scattered around in there, but as we saw with who's the governor from Minnesota, I think, who was kidnapped or so many of these T-word threats. Once you hang around and all the truth comes out, you learn that these are actually government operatives spurring on one retard in the group to try to get him to do something dangerous so that they can solve it, right? That's exactly an issue of too much law enforcement and not enough crime. We don't need to incentivize more of that.
Yeah. There's always going to be, like I said, false flag events, all that kind of shit. Like I'm not disagreeing with any of this, but like what I'm saying is like fundamentally as a principle, like illegal immigration, to say it's a net benefit, like why would we even have immigration policies?
So that we can have illegal immigration. If it's a net positive, then it's essential that we have the laws, right? So you can't posture off of that.
No, because then we just wouldn't have a word for it. So, for example, like we don't have...
And the illegality of it, the fact that it's tax-free labor is probably the crux of the benefits to us.
Yeah, so like we don't have a word for people
we
who don't
need
believe
it
in
to be
Santa.
illegal to gain that economic benefit. Or we don't have to stop taxing so much.
That's a wild fucking take, guys. I'll be honest.
Wait, what?
This whole notion.
Uh-oh. Did the stream crash?
Immigration so much better makes no fucking sense.
We don't need it
because
but it does. Donald, whoever, talk about what a problem illegal immigrants are. All we got to do is undo the emergency powers thing, that the increased ratcheting up of ICE, and that needs to be undone. We need to stop giving away free handouts to immigrants, right? Like they shouldn't have free housing. If they're here illegally, they should not get free handouts, and that would solve. And then all we've got is an economic positive, minus any law enforcement necessary to handle the problem once they get over.
Yeah, but clearly the goal is not to like give these people money. They're exploiting your current system.
Because the system can be exploited. All we got to do is change the requirements for getting handouts. Yeah. And that would close that off entirely. Now they don't have a choice except for to contribute economically in order to get a return.
Yeah, but clearly at the moment it's not a net positive society.
Right. Yeah, we're not debating what is, we're debating what should be.
Yeah, and even when you take about the whole overarching thing in terms of the economically, in terms of like the illegal immigrant themselves, their whole life can be like I can run through the whole argument again, like in terms of like we went through the economic statement where it's like, yeah, like maybe economically for the society it's better, but as the individual immigrant is a much worse situation. We can look at the cultural impact and how devastated Europe is from all this shit. Versus, like I said, like that's clearly a net negative for society. And then when you went to big daddy government, no matter what system is in place, it's going to be a big daddy government.
Okay, guys.
Disagree.
Yeah, go ahead, finish up, Flo, and we'll.
I mean, we're sort of just looping. I think we're just looping.
So we'll go into closing statements. Teriak, you start since Flo started us with openings.
Yeah, so like I said, that's kind of like the advantage going into it. Like when you know what your opponent's going to do. Like I said, you can rewind to the start of my stream. Give it like a little shameless shout out to myself here. You can rewind to the start of my stream where I literally say I think Flo is going to do economics, which is like what I was calling traditional way of going about it. And then I said the whole kind of like cultural impact, or in terms of like that, and then possibly the big daddy government or government overreach. And like I said, the advantage of that is like I'm able to kind of like already have the argument where it's like the polar opposite, where he's saying society in terms of economics, but when you look at the individual, the much worse situation. Founding principle, by the way, of America is individual liberty, so that's being violated, so it's un-American. And then obviously in terms of the cultural side to it as well, all it takes is, like I said, 3% of the British population is Pakistani men, and it's 60% of the grape. So it's like in terms of the cultural dynamics, clearly in Europe it's a failed experiment. And it's going to be like the whole kind of aspect is like, in order to clean up the streets, what are you going to do? Do you know what I mean? And that's where it's like the whole kind of how much government intervention you want is. And like I said, I stand with Flo for a lot of this shit where it's like I don't want a lot of this government overreach and totalitarian state, like police state, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? I want that original ideal of like individual liberty to be kept sacred. With that, I can see my time.
All right, Flo.
Yeah, I was just going to say that there is no way to scale up enforcement at all without also scaling up the police state components and surveillance. That you can't do it. We're already so scaled up on immigration enforcement that the president had to issue a state of emergency declaration in order to do the things that he's doing. We are way overstepping what is reasonable and healthy illegal immigration enforcement. I'm not saying we should get rid of immigration laws and just completely open borders. What I am saying is that where we're at now, in context of the time we're in, we don't need any more illegal immigration enforcement. In fact, we need to walk it back because again, the police state is a bigger threat than untaxed workers in the field. This is a contrived issue, not entirely, but largely. It is largely contrived by the same institutions asking for more power. Donald Trump ran on this platform that illegal immigrants are dangerous, and now he wants to empower the government to address the problem. It's classic Hegelian dialectic: problem, reaction, solution. And shame on us for being stupid enough to fall for it time and time again, as we have throughout all of recent history, as far as I can tell, all of time. But we need to sit back, really assess several risks on the horizon and the best way to approach them. And I think anybody who's honest and who's familiar with the situation in the US, which I am, is that we don't need more law enforcement power to fix a problem that isn't really a problem if I turn off the TV. Now, granted, I live in Kansas City, but Kansas City is a lot closer to the southern border than Ireland. Anyways, rest my case. Checkmate. Fuck it.
Yeah, let me know how New York ends up.
All right. We're gonna move in the judges, and for this portion, it's about 30 minutes that judges get to question you guys. Questions throughout the debates. Question your stance, and then from there they'll give you the votes. And if we happen to have a tie, one of the mods is on standby with their vote. They're still listening, obviously, but they're going to give me their vote, and I will let you know who got that one. Just let me move everyone in real quick. Hello, judges. How you guys doing? Can you guys introduce yourselves real quick?
Ladies first.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Ghosty, spelled with a 6. I'm a judge. Hey.
Based. All right, lower class.
Lower class, I'm a broke ass scrub.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
All right, so any questions? Anyone, either one of you can start.
You want to start?
Lower class, you didn't interject, so
Yeah.
I'm going to give him the starting point here.
All right, yeah. I got a couple questions for both of you guys. Since Flo, you started, I wanted to ask you about this. You said that illegal immigrations, like their pay would be untaxed, but my question would be, how is that untaxed? Since that money would still be that those taxes would just get passed on to the corporations paying them, and that goes more into overhead, which means that they would be paying more money out because the money going out to the immigrants and the money they pay in taxes versus that being passed on as like wage taxes to the immigrants themselves. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Well, yeah, there companies pay taxes on their employees' income, and as well as the employees paying taxes on their income, right? So there's tax obligations on both ends. But if on paper I have 5 employees instead of 10 employees, and as an employer I'm paying less Social Security tax, and the employee also is not paying Social Security tax, for instance, just choosing one tax. Employee is also not paying that tax, and so their bottom line, we can achieve the same bottom line at less expense to me, right? So it works on both ends. There isn't the same amount of tax obligation being generated with illegal immigrants.
Okay. It goes to you going next. Is that you, or do I ask another one?
Well, you guys.
Yeah, you can keep
figure it out,
going.
yeah.
I'll chime in when I think of something.
Teriak, you said something that was kind of weird to me, man. I'm not gonna lie. And then you guys both kind of contradicted your statements after this. So I'll get into that after I ask this question. So you said that the United States has been a police state for 70 years. Can you please demonstrate how that?
National Socialist. So in 1945, after the war, Operation Paperclip, they basically the Soviets and America split the scientists. So all the Nazi technology, not just the physicists, but like the behavioral scientists and all this kind of shit. So when you look at like all the shit that went on in America, basically MK Ultra, all the shit, they just continued on the research that they were doing in the concentration camps, and even worse, they done it on kids. And in MK Ultra specifically, it was unwilling, unconsensual testing that like they were giving them like fucking LSD shit and all this stuff. That's why you're seeing the whole radicalized shit that went down in Hollywood, Charlie Manson. Follow on from that, in 1947, after they finished importing in all the I don't know if I can use the word, but Yahtzee scientists and the intellect and all the shit, essentially the National Securities Act gets passed, which, funnily enough, changes the Department of War, the Department of Defense. A nice little propaganda switch there, which should tell you exactly who you're dealing with. And then, like I said, in terms of the National Security Agency, CIA, the whole basically mechanism for the deep, what Alex Jones has highlighted as the deep state, that basically gets formulated in 1947. And since then, you've basically been ruled by a National Socialist policy, because even as a modern day National Socialist, if I was a Yahtzee, America's the perfect government, because all I have to do is, as soon as it gets down to the 2 final candidates, I buy them both off. And I have my nationalist policies if I want the Republican in, and I have my socialist policies if I want my Democrat in.
That's like a good argument for reducing the size of government accessible to bad actors.
Yes, so Zeus must be the crown knows before you go to this. Is why I say read Prometheus. Sorry, go ahead, no class.
Yeah. So what it sounded like when Flo, you responded to that statement that we've been a police state for 70 years. It sounded like you disagreed with that. And like, I'm with you on that. I don't think America has been a police state for 70 years. But then the thing that really blew my mind was almost immediately after that, it seemed like both of you guys kind of contradicted your initial opinions, where it went from that rhetoric to then Teriak was talking about how we're one of the freest countries or the least oppressed, let's put it that way, in the world. And then Flo, it seemed like you were actually talking more about how we're not even in the top whatever list of the Freedom Index. So can you both kind of explain that contradiction and where your minds are on those?
So what I'm saying is that in this national social system, like, you are less oppressed than, for example, communist China or some sort of nation under the thumb of Islam. That's what I'm saying. It's like less oppressed. It's still a police state, like Flo points out, but it's less oppressive in terms of these other regimes.
I didn't necessarily disagree with it. I just I was surprised by the claim, and I just accepted it to move on. I wasn't agreeing nor disagreeing. I see it's that claim itself is sort of a hyperbolic opinion statement, right? So I don't actually disagree very much with his opinion on it. And I chose not to argue it, but it did catch me off guard.
Okay. So I got a few of them here. Okay. Flo, my next question here is for you. All right. Please make the distinction between Alligator Alcatraz and any other illegal immigrant detention facility aside from obviously its location.
The method of keeping people within the confines of the camp. My understanding of Alligator Alcatraz is that alligators, pythons, and dangerous swamps are a key feature instead of fences, which are much more humane than an alligator, right? So that would be one big aspect. Another is my understanding is that most people will be in tents, not even in facilities. In the Florida Everglades, that can be pretty freaking uncomfortable, possibly even cruel or unusual compared to how other inmates are housed. And finally, I take big issue with the way that it is being presented by politicians and the media, which is, oh yay, look how much it's going to suck for these people, right? It's a malicious, cruel method of marketing, if you will, it to the population. And I think that rhetoric is absolutely a step in the wrong direction, and something that you don't want to see from people in positions of power. If you're somebody who's not in a position of power, which I think applies to all of us.
And just to bolster Flo's point there, like to point to the right wing, because like I said, I like to piss a lot of people off, Lowercast, and like I said, I hold yourself accountable. In terms of the right wing, when that H-1B visa shit came down, and you seen a bunch of fucking like anti-Indian sentiment and all this kind of shit, like that should have been a warning sign to say, it's like, okay, maybe we need to make sure that we're coming at this correctly. We're suited, booted with our tie up, a sophisticated gentleman. Do you know what I mean? So like, coming at it from this perspective, it's like that's why I say, like, in terms of like Flo's arrangement, it's like it is a police state. You know what I mean? Once you kind of like look at the bigger picture, that like and you follow the timeline. I mean, like there's literally sorry, go ahead.
Wait, but so you do agree with what the Trump administration is doing and putting the people in detention camps and stuff like that too? Even people who, let's say, have been here for years, they're married, they have children, and maybe got like a shoplifting charge like 10 years ago, and they're being detained and moved to multiple camps. Like, do you agree with this?
Yeah, like I said, the dynamic that I'm ruling out, or the character that I'm pointing to, is like the villain kind of like immigrant, whereas like Flo was highlighting in terms of like
that's what they always say. They always drum up the caricature of the villain.
Yeah,
that's just marketing.
But what I'm saying is, like, in terms of like the hero immigrant is the guy who comes here. He's like all he's interested in is an honest day's work and all this stuff. That's why I say it's like we should point and at that and say, what filter can we pass, aka this immigration process, where this person gets expedited because it's clear his values, his philosophy, all this kind of shit is like I said, like in terms of like if he stole a candy bar or some shit like that.
You need
I mean,
to
it's like in terms
trust
of
and believe that the
here.
government is not actually concerned with the fairness or justice of how they enforce. You've got prosecutors who want wins and scores so that they can move up in their career. You've got cops who want arrests so they can move up in their career. Nobody actually gives a fuck if that sales pitch that a politician delivered is enacted. In fact, quite the opposite. So that not just here, but every time somebody's like, well, let us have this. Politicians like, let's have this power so that we're only going to go after the bad guys, right? Trump ran. I heard him 2 times during his campaign say he wanted to execute drug dealers. Well, fuck that shit, right?
Yeah, but
see ya.
what I'm saying is that, like, for example, there could be checks that are in place, just like social media checks, all this kind of shit that goes around, that gets floated around, particularly when you have CIA and being able to infiltrate certain organizations. And if you can tie those people to, like, who's actually coming through the border by a simple checking process, like even if it is as extreme as you want. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, like, yeah, that's my point. What I'm saying is, what happens if they throw all the documentation overboard as they're coming across the seas, and then they basically arrive and say, I'm
you're
actually
suggesting something we already have. It sounds like we're supporting the same policies. You just don't realize that we already have that and have had that. And we're past that now. We're past that.
Yeah,
we've
so
got that in place, and also we have emergency powers in place to kick in school doors and shit.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, like, in terms of the dynamic, whereas, like, the realistic picture that gets put on the board is like all these people arrive, no one knows who the fuck they are, they barely have any documentation. Like, what do we do with them? You know what I mean? And, like, the whole kind of aspect of, like, the kids in cages, all this kind of shit. Yeah, like that's a whole dynamic that, like, I'm saying, it's like, yeah, you need to make sure that you're doing this, like, you have regulation, you have oversight.
The hot ones we can keep to have sex with.
Big booty Latinas, like I said, I'm for that movement. But personally, like I said, like those I'm not too worried about. What I'm worried about is making sure that we're, like, the whole kind of, like, what you're saying is, like, the extreme element to this, which 100% you need to be cautious of that. We're saying is you need that element to exist, because there are a lot of nefarious characters that will try to come over illegally, and you want to be able to throw the book at them. You know what I mean? Cut that shit out, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Whereas, like I said,
for like 10 seconds.
But I'm also, like I said, I'm all for, like, you know, making it easier for, like I said, the hardworking Latino come over.
Wait, so you aren't okay with what Trump is doing, or you are? Because earlier you said it was the benefits of it was to be used as a deterrent, right? So, like, again, like, do you agree with what is happening right now? I understand, like,
yeah. So what I'm saying is, in terms of the legal process, to make it easier in the legal process. You know what I mean? So it shouldn't be a thing of, like, oh, it's such a burden to think. It's like, I want to, because America realistically want the best of everything. They want the best minds, they want the best workers, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So if there are, like, a lot of, like Flo says, the vast majority of these Latinos are just honest, good working people, same culture, same vibes, then yeah, like, you want to make that process easier for them. You want to be able to integrate and assimilate a lot easier. But when you have these tantramentally opposed forces or ideologies, like Islam, like, you have to come at that a different way.
You need
it's fundamentally a different culture.
Do you think the majority of the people are, like, Islamic in these detention centers, or? Sorry, you can ask questions. Lower class, you can go back.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, like, in terms of the dynamic, like, when they ran these people up, it's like, whatever dynamic, like I said, filtering it through where it's like the good, honest, like, hard-working Latino. It's like, yeah, you just say, yeah, you just apply for this process. It's like, let's say, a week long or whatever. You can actually start working now, whatever, we'll set you up and whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean?
Why wouldn't you just outlaw the thing that your real concern is? Why wouldn't you just ban Islam? You too woke to ban Islam?
No, because I want to be able to beat
you
it
don't want
with
your
the
heart
logos.
explode when you walk outside.
Yeah, no, I want to be able to beat it in the logos, because just banning an ideology, it feeds the flame. This is why, like, when they suppressed the Yahtzee party in 1930s and all that shit, that's basically what happens. It grows and then it surfaces into something ugly and nasty. You have to be able to handle it in a certain way.
I agree with that.
All right, so I have a question for both of you guys. So for you, actually, I'll go with Flo first. Flo, you know, and I'll just phrase this the same for both of you guys. Flo, you answer first. Tarek, you answer second. Okay. So since we live in a country that's a democracy, the only way that we're going to be able to make any kind of unified choices is to come to a compromise. So Flo, my question for you is, what would be your absolute limit of compromise on this issue when it comes to deporting illegal immigrants? And Teriak, what would be your absolute limit of compromise when it comes to keeping them in the country?
So my answer to that is I think the question is malformed, because the way that compromise works is both sides go for as much land as they can get, and then they get what they're able to take, right? So I guess the actual answer to that is whatever I have to accept is right. That's the answer. I don't get to choose an endpoint, but I will definitely say that
more philosophically, I guess, is what I was trying to
right. So I don't like the active pursuit internally of people who are breaking the law. So I would I'm okay. I prefer things to be isolated to the border and to have roving bands of armed men internally looking for people who might not have the right paperwork. But that, I suppose, that would be for me a distinguishing factor. Where is the enforcement action taking place at the border or inside the country after the border's already been breached?
Okay, Teriak?
Yeah, and just to make sure I get the question, like basically, like I'm president for a day, like how would I handle this?
So you were forced to compromise with the other side. What would be your red line that you would not cross when it comes to compromising your position on this issue?
Like I said, this is why I point the whole is kind of like the CIA. If I have that level of mechanism and surveillance anyway, with like a literally like secret organization, I just like send in the head honcho or one of his boys, because let's say I'm President Trump or whatever, because like realistically CIA runs the shit. Like if I'm there like with the head honcho, I'll be like, listen, right, you used to do a lot of fucked up shit, but because you fucked up shit and you're a brutal thing, all this kind of shit, doesn't mean you can't be used in terms of to pursue moral objectives. Like I said, in terms of these people that are actually enemies of the state, it's like, yeah, you want to go after them. So it's like if they pull these guys over and it turns out, yeah, this dude is like actually, you know, like I said, like that good, honest working Latino, it's like, yeah, like who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? But in terms of the dynamic of like what I'm worried about are the criminals or the people that like have ideologies that are opposed to the American quote unquote ideologies.
All right.
So I have a question for both of you guys. I'll start off with Teriak because Flo's busy at the moment, I guess. Teriak, what separates this from like situations like where we see Catholics and Protestants having issues amongst themselves in the States? Like these ideals typically challenge themselves even in like aspects like this. So like what is the differentiation for you that Islam would make in that situation?
Yeah, so like I actually love the question because like you're hitting close to home. I don't know if you're doing that intention or not, but well researched if so. But like in terms of like, for example, the way Protestant Catholicism happens in the north is that like that schism's basically held for more so political reasons than like the religion is pushed as like a quote unquote like a, this is going to sound very bad towards like the Christian whatever, but it's fundamentally like a propaganda or like some sort of like ideology that keeps the group bound. And like you see, even in terms of like Christians, like compared to Islam, even the Catholicism versus Protestantism, it's very minor stuff in terms of like the actual rituals that take place, in terms of like the actual sermon on Sunday and all this kind of stuff. And fundamentally, there could be like core philosophicals, and probably Jay Dyer is pulling his hair out that it's like to even have the comparison between Catholics and Protestants, but he probably views them all Protestants anyway. But in terms of the dynamic, like I said, in terms of Islam is like, whereas with the Christians, but like they don't conquer by the sword in terms of like ideology. That they're not trying to interest in spreading the book or the word in terms of like the sword. That's like when it's the last time you've seen like a mass execution of like Islam's in a public execution in
I haven't seen that in a while, but this entire hemisphere was conquered under the authority of Pope.
But what I'm saying is like in terms of like the religion itself is just a mechanism to keep the people in place. Do you know what I mean? So to manifest some sort of like cohesive like ethics, ideals, and all this kind of stuff that you should aim for and all this kind of shit. But when you look at like the likes of Islam, when you look at the likes of Islam,
no, it's not the same as Islam. Islam has been operating in much more hostile environments this entire time. If Christians were to engage in more hostile living circumstances, like we're already seeing a resurgence of the ortho bro phenomenon is entirely a reaction to.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like this war is destined to happen.
It's not destined. No, wars are destined to happen because that's humans. This one I feel like you're viewing this one as something that's, inevitable and destined. I guess that is the word you use. I don't think it is. It's just another manifestation of the constant turning of human ideals.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to ask Flo a question, but if you have a closing thought for that.
I think it's Gucci. Like for me, like I said, to be as direct as possible. Like for example, like Protestants and Catholics don't have an issue with child marriage. Muslims don't.
Gotcha. So it's more like ideological differences versus like the
for
detailed
example,
differences. Okay, yeah.
Like Irish people came from Iran originally. Like all of like Europe, it's like that's why they call them Caucasian, Caucasus Mountains in Asia, northern Iran, where Azerbaijan is and all that kind of shit now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like that's why like this thing is not like a sense of I just want an ethno-national state. Like the point that Flo was making, or not making, brought up earlier. Like this whole aspect of like there is a very nasty kind of backlash that's here, where it's like very kind of ethno-nationalist state. Like I won't say the slogans, but you've all heard Yee's new song. But I mean, like a lot of people are kind of like same way that like a lot of kind of naive people fall victim to the likes of communism, and why can't we just eradicated capitalism, then communists would be it would all be fucking rainbows and all that kind of shit. It's the same kind of mentality where like the right wing, quote unquote, will go down that path as well. Like I said, that makes sense because of the whole system it's in.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's like in terms of like the conflicting philosophies, it's like that's why Andrew Wilson has the clip of the tape measure where it's like, okay, you're saying that like Muhammad couldn't have damaged Aisha, but Aisha was 9 years old, which means in terms of when you take out the averages and all stuff with the science, Muhammad has a 3-inch dick erect. You know what I mean? Like that's where you have to kind of go to that level to just destroy them. You know what I mean? And that's where it's like, where I'm kind of saying it's like the whole kind of like thing that I've seen in terms of like manifest in our culture is like we need to realize that it's Greek philosophy, Roman law, and Christian ethics. Like atheists and Christians need to unite against this, otherwise we're fucked.
Okay. For Flo, do you think there is an American identity? And if so, wouldn't you agree that letting in more people would erode that over time?
Yeah, I think that I think there is an American identity. I think that it is fairly. The U.S. is too big of a country to have really one homogenous group identity. It just is. That said, there is a U.S. identity. Certainly, importing anyone else can be is it's not a strengthening thing, right? But adding anything new, right? Adding a new person, right? With who. Hypothetically, if you could add a completely blank person into the total, that would be a dilution of the culture, right? It just dilutes it. So, yes, but I don't. That's why I don't think that we should give up or hand over things like Sharia. Like we need to stand on our square. If we stand on our square, as far as our culture, our laws, our values go, then immigrants won't. I mean, the immigration thing won't.
Will have a minimal impact.
Won't be effective.
The thing that I highlight though is that you cannot have one culture that bases itself on multiculturalism. It does not make sense.
No, I'm not supporting multiculturalism.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is pointing towards what you were saying in your point.
I'm saying, I'm saying that we should remain one culture, not multiculturalism. That is basically a psyop, in my opinion. But culture is not stagnant either; it shifts, and I think that I think both of us would agree that a shift towards more conservative and traditional would be an ideal thing. I think that that's what that would be a contribution Hispanic culture would make. They're not woke, they're not ghosty over there, loving trans babies and stuff. So I think I don't think that it would be a change in cultures or a multiculturalism. I think that it would be a nudge of the current culture in a direction that would be preferable.
I have.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have one more question for you, Teriak, and this will be my last question. So, in the way that they have carried out deporting the illegal immigrants, would you, if you were in charge, would you agree to potentially, instead of funding ICE to the tune of what would make it the fourth most funded military in the world, to diverting some of those resources to incentivizing the illegal immigrants to self-deport and giving them a cushion to going somewhere else? Would you agree to that other than the utilization of an enforcement mechanism?
Nah, bro. What?
Okay, fair. No, it's just a question. It's just a question.
Yeah, no, sorry for getting aggressive there, but like, yeah, like I was like, no, man, like in terms of like the dynamics, that's like, just because you arrive in the country doesn't mean that you can, like that system itself, like, will be itself a mechanism where it's like you're kind of like, okay, if I go here, then I'm going to get some sort of incentive to then go back and then to go back again, and see what I'm saying?
No, yeah.
that becomes-
Hey, my audience knows where I stand on this, so I was just asking the question.
Yeah, no, I understand. I forgot in terms of like the chat and all that kind of stuff is the other dynamic. Like that's why in terms of like it'll just be like that's basically what's been happening in Europe. It's like exploiting the system.
No further questions from me.
All right, Ghosty, you got any questions?
Maybe not. I mean, not really. Kind of just opinions at this point, I guess.
I mean, opinions work.
Okay. I guess for Teriak, like again on this whole like Islam thing or like American culture, this like American culture takeover, like how you seem to think this is a big problem, and I think Flo's point is that a large police state like we're kind of seeing right now is a bigger issue than like a radical Islamic takeover of America or something. So how likely do you, or even communists, like how you pointed out, how likely or how big of an issue of this, like how big of an issue is this to the point where you think that people who hate America, don't agree with capitalism, scream death to the West, death to America, are trying to migrate here? Like, do you see what I mean? Do you see how that's kind of like a contradiction? Like, how do you have any data that supports that? I know you said that town in Michigan, but do you have anything else to back up that this is happening in America, not in Europe? Because that's geographically, they're just two very different places.
Like I'm not really sure in terms of like the evidence you want, but like I said, like I just highly the it's like Hamtramck, like I think I'm pronouncing that wrong, but it's like something like Hamtramck, Michigan. It's the same thing that's manifest or played out in Iran and how Iran fell to an Islamic regime. And like I'll even ask you as a feminist, do you want that to happen? You know what I mean? Because like the way they done it is they basically used the college students, like they fed them communism and all this kind of shit, and Viva Revolution, and then basically they overthrew the government, and then bye goes the communists. You know what I mean? So it's like it's this whole thing of like the whole like psyop phenomenon and all that kind of shit. That's basically like these propaganda campaigns that are coming in from outside influence. Like for example, you have like said Nick Fuentes, who's getting all upset and crying on stream because the Islamic regime is going to be overthrown. Why is that not a good thing? Because when you think about America, like I said, it goes all the way back to like Greek philosophy, and not even say back to the Greco-Persian Empire, back to like the whole situation with Iran. And like what I envision for the Middle East is literally the reinstation of the Greco-Persian Empire. That's what I'd love to see in terms of that society, because it's secular, it's cultivating rational, like scientific technology. Do you know what I mean? But that's been a vision throughout all these.
Hey, so Corey Barton, what's going on, my man? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
It's decaying, and we need to fix it. But fundamentally, that's the underlying principle. That's why, like they say, Greek philosophy, Roman law, and Christian ethics.
Providing evidence. So you're using this more as a preventative measure rather than providing evidence that this is actively kind of happening now, but it's something that you are worried about happening in the future. So it's more of a preventative measure from it happening at all.
I'd say it's almost like a necessity in a way that if you agree that you want to win wars, covert operations is going to be part of it. But when you understand what covert operations like the CIA mean, it means that you're saying that you want the government to lie to you. And like you sort of have to basically read between the lines, be able to read through the propaganda. And like I'd point towards like Quentin Tarantino, one of his great movies was Inglourious Bastards. And how does that ending scene goes? this whole thing of we will surrender behind the scenes, and then we'll let our leader basically hopeless thing in Russia, and we just basically after the war ends, you basically bring us all in, and we'll ensure you win the war officially. But this ideology is basically put in place, and like I said, think about it, Ghosty. Like this is the whole thing where I get frustrated at you left wingers, where it's like you're pointing at Trump as if he's like the fascist, whatever, but it's like it's the whole system. Republican is all the nationalist policies, Democrats are all the socialist policies. So what now? Where do we go from here?
I would disagree, but we're gonna get to the end portion where we get our votes in, guys. So, 2 judges. Ghosty, you could start off. Who do you think won this and held their arguments better tonight? Please give some sort of like description on how they did.
Okay. So my overview, I guess, is I think both of you, I kind of wish both of you provided more like data or just like factual points to just help support your argument. Flo, I understand you were saying that the economy benefits better, and Teriak kind of did concede that illegal immigration is better for the economy, but he didn't say that was a net benefit, but he did kind of concede that it was better for the economy. But I kind of wish he brought up like how we have super low unemployment rates, declining birth rates, like the need for workers, and showed more data for that, which you kind of didn't do. I feel like you spent more time arguing for why, like providing counter arguments and providing arguments for why it is a net benefit, even though I think you did get to it at the end a little bit better with the whole police state argument. And then Teriak, I think you focused a lot on Islam and again, I just don't think these people want to come to the West. They hate it. They don't want to come here. You brought up 9/11. That was a terrorist attack. That wasn't people who were like trying to move here. So you did bring up the problems in the UK with the Pakistani rape stats. I don't know how true that is. I'm taking your word for it, but you brought up that and the town in Michigan. So at least you had that for you. But I don't think you provided a good example of the American culture really changing in a severe enough way where we need to implement what Donald Trump is implementing right now, which is a large police state. So when I break down all the arguments, I think Flo gave a more practical reason for his argument. I think he won.
Okay. Lower class, what you got?
Yeah, so I will say Flo made a lot of really good points along the police state aspect. Here's my only issue though, right? So for me, that is not like exclusive to illegal immigration, and that's stuff that can take effect to American citizens outside of that. So for me, if we were having a debate of whether or not like moving towards more like an authoritarian police state is a net negative, I do believe Flo would have won it in spades. But there was just a couple points you made with like the untaxed income. I really wasn't like swayed by that. You said they use less resources. To me, that's kind of a non-starter, because if they weren't here in the first place, those resources wouldn't be used at all. And it seemed like Teriak did more. This is actually what I wrote down. So the crux of Flo's argument was more anti-government expansion and cheap labor, where Teriak really kind of focused on the refutations, and he did add a little bit of the fear element into that. I feel like Teriak did a better job of making the case that it is not a net benefit. And the whole point of that philosophical question I was asking earlier was to see, like, in your mind, Flo, if you thought it was truly a net benefit, don't secede any ground. And kind of the same for Teriak. It did seem like you guys both seceded ground there, but just...
I mean, that was literally the question. You said literally, right. You have to secede ground. What would it be?
Yeah.
So, are you saying
no.
we shouldn't have answered the question?
Say no, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, my bad.
No, I mean, both of you guys did, right? So,
yeah.
Yeah. So I would say Teriak has my vote on this one, just on the basis
Ooh.
of the prompt.
We have a deadlock vote, so we are going to the mod for this one. I had them lock in their decision about 10 minutes ago. So here's the response. It's a hard one, but I'd have to give it to Flo, doing a better job of making his case, not so much on economic benefit, but overreach of the state. So for this week's winner, we have Flow State as the winner of this Hornet's Nest. I thought this was a really interesting one, guys. Like, I thought you both did fairly well. I enjoyed it. But ultimately, we can only have one winner. So, also, if you guys want to plug stuff, now's the time to do it. So, I also put everyone's channels in the video, so just click on their names if you want to go sub up to these people. The two judges are in the description, and Flow State and Teriak are obviously in the title. So
Yeah, we doing
Thanks for having us.
or
no.
just- oh.
Yeah, just closing off. Just
Yeah,
so
no
if you
worries.
have any closing
Good debate, guys.
closing statements.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, 100%. Thanks for hosting. Appreciate all because again, like there's actually like a surprising amount of effort that comes to like syncing people up and all this kind of stuff. Shout out to Flo for putting up a great argument. Like I said, I enjoyed the conversation regardless of the result. I think it's a win all around. And as they say, chat always wins as well. I just have one final question for you. Do you know what an Irish goodbye is?
Yeah, thank you again. I'm Ghosty. Haven't been streaming a lot lately, but I'm building a new stream room. So once that's set up, I'm going to start again. And if you guys love doom metal, by the way, Acid Bath is like one of the best bands ever. So I just went to their show. Check them out. Not affiliated at all, just like a huge fan. So, but thank you, Hornet, for having me, and good job, everybody.
Ghosty, they're the ones who have that what's that old serial killer?
Dr. Seuss. Oh yeah, the kite string pop, the clown dude on
John
it.
Wayne Gacy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good. That's a good band. That's a good band. They have that
Yeah,
on
they're
cover of
great.
their albums. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, thanks, guys. It was a pleasure.
Yep.
Flo,
Lower
Ghosty,
class.
Hornet.
Give your shout out though to your channel.
Oh yeah. I'm lower class. I'm a broke ass scrub. I make content online. Come by, check it out. Do a bunch of different stuff. I am a Christian, so if you are opposed to God, come on by the channel and make a good case for your argument. Always welcome conversation. You guys have a great night, okay? Thank you.
All right, you have a good one, lower class.
Peace.
All right. And our winner, Flow State.
All right.
Thank you. Check out my new channel and my
Yeah,
old channel
yeah,
if you
guys.
want Flow
I'll
State's
be
old
honest.
channel.
I
The
was
Powder Dusty's
not
new
at
channel.
all expecting.
That's the one
Also-
I went. So.
Okay. Also, check out the Discord, and I have a
I was
Twitter too.
I was not at all expecting.
Come watch the stream.
Flo to
I think
win
I'm going to
that.
go live
It
now.
was- that was,
since you're not having an open panel.
Pretty
If anybody
pretty
wants to
insane,
join.
man. For real. But hey, what are you gonna do? You know what I mean? It's one of those things where the judges decided the way the judges decided. Anybody wants to jump in, please do. Always love to talk for a little bit. That I feel like I didn't get. Thanks, Abe. I appreciate that one, man. Thank you. Yeah. I don't feel like my questions got answered all the way. Maybe my questions were worded wrong, that's always fair too, but yeah, I mean, it was a great debate. I think they both made good points.
Yeah, Jack's fun. He makes these middle of the way arguments that are very annoying, but otherwise he's a good debater.
Yeah. What was your thoughts, Corey?
I'm gonna be honest. After mine and Calvin Coolidge conversation, I kind of went to like a deep research type mindset, and so I was kind of zoning in and out. So I can't give an honest opinion.
No, it's cool, man. Good, dude. Good. It's always good to. Always good to do that. Hold on. I don't know if I got a message or that's someone's ex post, but it's probably.
I don't know if I'm opening a can of worms, but what is this Calvin thing that happened?
Oh, no, it's Calvin Coolidge came on the stream earlier, and then he was kind of asking me generally how I thought about the Trump administration. Then it went to kind of he was claiming, I think, somewhat fairly, that I was kind of being generous toward Trump, and then we started to get into the specific detail of like the classified cases, and then I was telling him why I thought that was kind of grossly mischaracterized to say that Trump kind of withheld these documents and the evidence behind it, and so he wanted to do a deep dive into it, but he didn't have enough time, and then lower class had to jump on that debate. So I was like, well, how about we get together and we'll have a conversation about it?
Yeah, I got into the debate a little bit later than I should have.
Rude, it was fun, man. That was cool. I'm very grateful that Hornet asked me to do that, man. That was fun, dude. For real.
I wish you would have asked Teriak the question I put on chat.
I didn't see it, bro. I'm sorry. I was watching the debate the whole time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, do you think Ghosty's opinion was pretty fair about them not bringing a lot of, like, I guess I wouldn't say facts, but bringing a lot of like examples and
Yeah, there was that. So my opinion on that, it did. I promise you, I came from like the most central point that I possibly could. The reason I went with Teriak was because I didn't feel like Flo made enough of a case for illegal immigration being a net positive. He did make a good case for like anti-police state, right? Like Emmett hates that's what I'm giving him.
No, I don't listen, okay?
I'm just
I don't hate it.
Emmett. I'm just fucking with you. Go ahead, though.
I just want to put everybody in jail. That's a complete different thing, okay?
Right.
Yeah, he's not worried about whether it's the police or the army. As long as they're in jail, he gets his way.
I just feel like Teriak did a better job of refuting and kind of like demonstrating how it is not, versus Flo demonstrating how it is.
Kind of think the police isn't necessary when you can have the National Guard do it. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Every time they come out, they get the job done.
Yeah. I just I wanted to be as fair as possible. That's why I kind of grilled their positions a little bit, asked them some philosophical questions on top of, just some follows, But
I have a compromise, lower class. I do have a compromise.
What's that?
You know what is my compromise? We get another Alcatraz Alcatraz number 2, and we get more crocodiles around it. That is my compromise.
It would have been funny if that's how they answer. If that's how Teriak answered that, he's like, "I'll compromise the Democrats. We'll spend more tax money building more alligator Alcatrazes." That would have been. That's great. Yeah, that's fantastic.
I mean, if you don't want them eaten by alligators, you could have just let us deport them, and so they wouldn't have to, stay in camps.
Yeah, so my thing is, I was coming from when I asked that question. I know the way I asked the question came off a certain way, but it was like, if you genuinely believe they are a net positive here, why would you secede any ground? And then the inverse is, if you believe they are not a net positive here, why would you secede any ground? And I guess I could have worded that better, so maybe that was a fumble on my part. So I'll take the fall on that one, But yeah, Rude. It was weird that that Flo in chat immediately said, "You want me to open up a panel?" And yeah, so where that came from, it was definitely interesting, but for sure.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you didn't say they couldn't concede ground, or that they would concede ground. You gave them the option of,
Yeah, I asked, like, what is your absolute red line? What is the limit of compromise you'd make on this, right? Like, I did kind of start with, in a democracy, you have to make compromise. What is the limit of your compromise? And it seemed like Flo, what he was saying was, what he was saying was, stop everything coming in at the border, which is kind of against his main point of it's a net positive, but then leave everybody inside. And what Teriax was anybody who comes here illegally, which he's the one who kind of didn't secede as much. Like
Yeah.
he did, but he didn't. But he was like, anyone who comes here illegally and anyone who commits crimes or anyone who was a criminal beforehand, get them out. So you guys know where I stand on this, bro. Fuck them. Like, get them all out. But what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, don't concede ground.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. I'd been like, no, get them out. We can deal with the consequences later. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So what were you researching over there, Corey?
Oh, I was going into, so it's been a little while, but he was specifically asking me about the documents case, and it was getting him excited. And so I was like, okay, so it seems like this is something that he may know a good bit about. And so I was like, well, let me refresh so that way I'm not caught off guard in case he does, and in case we do decide to have the conversation. So I was just making sure I was getting my dates correct.
Yeah. So would you be more interested in making it a debate between you and him with what you've read so far?
I mean, no, I would probably pin it more toward a discussion.
Okay.
And the reason why I would pin it more toward a discussion is because I do feel confident enough to debate it, but a lot of what I'm debating, or at least if we were to debate, a lot of it's going to be, Trump's legal team versus the FBI. And so there's going to be an inherentness toward, well, he's going to believe Trump's FBI, and I'm probably going to lean more toward believing Trump's legal team. So I don't think there's going to be a win. But if we can kind of casually talk, maybe it can be something to where I can get him to not be as defensive when I start, painting my conversation.
Yeah.
And I want him to come back. I also don't want to feel any type of, I want it to be a clean discussion to see if he can come back. Because that would be someone, he seems like he's more toward the Destiny and Ryan side of it. So if I can keep it a good bit friendly and not have him feel challenged, then maybe he'll keep coming back.
Yeah.
Because I've seen his conversation with Rob, and Jesus, the whole Ukraine and Hillary and Russia collusion, I could tell he kind of knew some details, but he didn't quite understand the full grasp of it. And I kind of feel that's the same way with the classified documents.
Yeah, see, I like Calvin. I like that he comes on and we can have a good back and forth. It's real contentious in the beginning, but then we always seem to find a good middle ground and we can kind of talk about things. So I like him, right? In that regard, he really can hold a conversation. He doesn't go into personal attacks or anything like that, So I really appreciate having him on for that, even though we disagree on a lot. Don't get me wrong. But I definitely like to have him come back. He's good people for sure.
Yeah, he was very nice to me, and him saying that he comes from a more Destiny and Ryan side, and he gives him the benefit of the doubt, but he was kind of harping about being a Vivek fan. It kind of threw me through a loop, so I couldn't quite pin down. He was a little bit more chaotic in what I thought he believed. I thought he was just more of a solid, lefty, it's our team or nobody. But he kind of was at least painting the picture that there's some elements of the right that he likes, and so that was throwing me. Yeah,
for sure. Hey, Cree Dog, probably not tonight. If you're free tomorrow, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. I don't have a topic for the stream, bro. So if you want to talk Planned Parenthood tomorrow and come on and we can rail against fucking Margaret Sanger and the most like successful eugenics campaign that's ever been launched in American history, I'm down to talk about it tomorrow. Please do. And we can go down another fucking deep dive research hole. I think that'd be fun, right? You know, Rude can be there and argue with us.
Rude can be there and be like, yeah, but it's super cool. Like, we want to do that.
No. I love Rude, man. I'm glad to have him on every time he comes on.
He's gonna hate me again. We're finally cool, Rude and I. We're like brothers that hate each other, but we can go out on a beer. And now he's like, fuck that guy again. I don't want to.
Yeah, 100%, dude, 100%. But yeah, thank you, Hornet. I appreciate it, man. I really, you know, I am biased on that topic, and I really tried to do my very best to come at it from a central position, just to be like an actual fair judge. So you know, I know where I stand on that whole thing, and I hope I came off that way, you know. But thank you for asking me to come by, dude. It meant a lot, dude. Thank you. It was fun, dude. It was fun. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna go walk Charlie. It's 9:30 where I'm at right now. Good night, everybody. Thank you all for stopping in. Tomorrow I'm gonna be streaming around like 3:30, 4 p.m. Eastern. So if you guys want to come in, Creedog's gonna be there. We're gonna talk abortion. Whether you agree with it or disagree with it, please come by. I think tomorrow is going to be a good discussion. So thanks again, guys. I love you all. Big Soda, Emmett, thank you guys for being on.
God bless. I just want to say something real quick before we leave.
Yeah, what's
on
up?
the topic of tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I believe we need a crusade, okay?
Based.
We need a crusade.
Dude, you already know where I stand with that, bro.
Yeah.
All right.
Have a good one. Thank you for having me on, Lord.
All right. God bless you.
Of course,
Y'all
man.
have a
You
good
guys
night.
have a great
God bless.
night. I love y'all. God bless. Peace.
Peace.